Hello. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing today? Do you know what I have? An apple. No, it's not a treat for Boopus. Apples are lame. Randy, what kind of motherfucker are you talking about lame ass apples, man? The fuck you talking about? They fucking rule. They fucking rule as shit. You ever talk to an apple? No. You ate them because they're good. One day, Pat will bite into an apple and his teeth will break off. Fun fact, that actually almost happened. Not even joking. Because I had these two teeth knocked out when I was younger, and they jammed them back in, but they weren't seated very well. And one time I bit into an apple, and I was like, it was wiggled, and there was blood. And I was like, oh. And shortly after, I got these new ones implanted. To be fair, for a dead tooth, it maintained its color and strength for like a decade. So good for Toothy. Yeah, I have fake teeth. Just these two, though. My brother knocked them out of my head with a piece of playground equipment when I was 7. Pretty sure I told that story before. Why? Well, to be fair, this is a legitimate accident. We were at the local park in my elementary school, and it was the middle of winter, and we were trying to take the swings and like hanging rings, and we're trying to wrap them around the top of the thing, but the thing was like 20 feet tall. And so we were whipping those shits as hard as we fucking could, and didn't think to not stand across from each other. So I wasn't really paying super good attention. And then he was like, "Hey!" And I turned and then just caught it right in the face. And he picked me up, and then he took me back home, and then he went back and he found this tooth in the snow, which is pretty impressive. And then they jammed it back in. I don't think it's a good brother story. I think it comes out to about even. He was 4 years older than me. He probably should have known better not to do that. But all things considered, isn't your brother like a huge sociopath who will literally steal a dog to use it as leverage? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Though steal a dog is not quite accurate. It's more like heap a dog. That's not his. But one of the stories is Apple rules. Fun fact. My brother doesn't know I'm out in BC. That fucking rules. Does he not know we're married? Oh man, awesome. I'm gonna see my brother one more time in my life, and it's gonna be at my dad's funeral, and that's it. Assuming he lives that long. Oh, good apple. All right. Art Arkasu says, "I'd love for him to desperately call you for help in your life, dude. He doesn't have my phone number. He hasn't had my phone number in like fucking ever. Actually, ever. What if it's in chat right now? I'm pretty sure he's too poor to afford the internet. Otherwise, he wouldn't beg my dad for rent money. All right, so all right, what's up with y'all? Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. You got a 3 day weekend? Fucking great, man. Good for you, Dark. Even though you hate apples, good for you. Fishmonger says, "I'm glad your parents kept banging, so we got you." Fun fact, half brother. So, uh, actually, what you actually mean is you're glad that my dad got divorced. Divorce was the best decision my dad ever made. Good decision. And then he met my mom, and he's like, "Oh, we gotta do the male child over again." Oh, really botched that one. Does your brother take after his mom? A little. I like his mom. We're obviously not very close, but we've hung out a couple times, family meetings, and she's cool. She's a little hippy dippy, but other than that, she's all right. And my sister's cool. I took a look at the musical Rent. I could not turn it off fast enough. No, you gotta watch the whole thing. You gotta watch the whole thing. It's so bad. Oh man. Oh, you got stew in it. They use magic to bring Amy back to life from fucking AIDS. Oh fuck. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, I'm talking about Rhett. Hey, shouldn't you tell someone you have AIDS? No, I'll put my dick in anything. I don't care if I have AIDS. Like that. Oh man, it is. It is the worst. It is so awful. Holy shit. Oh man, that's the finale. That's what it was. Hey, buddy, I know your girlfriend died of AIDS because you're an IV drug user, but you know what would make you feel a lot better? Doing some drugs. Doing some drugs. Like that's seriously the fucking like that's rent for you. That is a real part of the story. I am not joking. Oh fuck. Oh, it's so awful. Christ. Yes, that is what Team America made fun of. If you actually pay attention in the beginning of Team America, the show they're going to see is called Lease, which I did not get when I first saw Team America. Yeah, no, Matt and Trey are fucking huge fucking nerds for theater. I mean, they wrote the Book of Mormon, right? They did Team America in South Park. Also, everyone has AIDS has a great beat to it. Paige, you can't hear her, but she's just going. She's in the other room, just going, "Man, I love everyone has AIDS. Everyone has AIDS. AIDS, 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 AIDS." All right. Oh man, it's good. It's good shit. Hey, Axel Logic sub. Thanks, Axel. So reading this interview about Wolong, see, it looks like Team Ninja say they want to have less loot in general. Oh, thank God. Also, they want to move away from stamina system. They stated the game will still be linear and still have the same co-op modes, but also mentioned something about a part where it opens up. Man, I would love to play a Neo game that plays more like a Ninja Gaiden game and has none of the goddamn loot from the Neo game, because that shit that fucking sucks. Fucking sucks, man. Holy shit. Lou Journalist sub. It's kind of ironic, even though it precedes Yakuza 7, that MoMA has the same VA as Ichiban. I mean, maybe they played it and they were like, wow, that guy would be a great Ichiban. Maybe that's what happened. I got a boopus here. He's smearing his boop on my feet. I don't like it, but he's cute and I love him. Oh, squishing him. Oh, squishy jowls. Oh, squish those burgers. All right. Div Ryan kicked in a sub. Thanks, Div. Hey, Pat, any thoughts on Final Fantasy 16 having only a single playable character? Personally, knowing the DMC guy is in charge of the combat, I know we'll get the complete package, unlike that weird hybrid shit in FF15. Yeah, I don't care. It'll be good. I have faith. Taraj kicked in a sub. Hey, Pat, just checking to see if you've looked into Homeworld yet. I really think you'd like it. It's an RTS in space. I have not. I have not. Sorry. Bye kicked in $10. Since you might finish Somnium today, I highly recommend watching the minute and a half announcement trailer for Nirvana Initiative after, as it works great as a sequel hook cutscene at the end of a story to bridge to the next one. I actually had planned on doing that already, but thank you for the heads up regardless. Zangief, no! Zangief, get away from that! Zangief, get away from that bowl! That's not your bowl. Get down. Get down. Good boy. Wait, 10-hour Somnium stream? People told me that this would only take like 5. And Artemis subbed. Thanks, Artemis. Hi, Pat. Hope you're well. I'm excited to see you finish the game. Me too. And Rethulian gifted us up. Thanks, Rethulian. We're like 8. You fucking pieces of shit told me that this would be 5 to 6. You absolute fucking piece of shit. Motherfuckers. Alright, well, we better get started. Battery 100%. Goody. You absolute fucking motherfucking pieces of shit. Launch the Somnium files. Let's fucking go. Got it. Done. What? That's wrong. Oopsie. That's clearly wrong. That's better. No, that's also wrong. What the Alright, whatever. Now I gotta set this shit up. Gotta get my phone good. Gotta fucking display it. Fucking miss my apes, man. Apes stole it. They stole my apes, Seth. Disconnected from chat. Why don't you fucking go to hell with that? There we go. Alright. Oh shit, did I do this in the wrong order? Let's find out. I sure did. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, well I tried. The important thing is that I tried. That's what's really important. Alright. Let's fucking hit it. Let's go to that fucking evil chemical plant. We have to go to the evil chemical plant. Where something probably happened 6 years ago. All right, it's abandoned factory.
Is this the place?
Yes.
Where did Renji try to take you?
That door in the back.
Holy shit! It's the other sync machine! This is the room! That means he was trying to look through Iris's memories.
This is...
a sync machine. Though it appears to be slightly different than the one in Abyss.
Could this be the prototype Peter was talking about?
The Chiba Police Department was working on a prototype, but it was stolen 6 years ago.
6 years ago?!
But what is it doing here? Hey, Iris, are you okay? Iris, stay with me!
Dream of a world with only
Iris's vital
Reploids.
signs are going critical.
What? Why?
Unknown. But I believe the issue is with her brain.
Oh no, not her brain!
Brain.
Part of her brain is experiencing massive failure.
Ah,
If
crap!
this continues,
Let's get her to a hospital.
impossible. You do not have enough time.
We'll have to shoot her brain
I
out.
estimate that Iris's brain can last only 10 to 15 more minutes before the damage is irreparable.
It's the only way.
How do you know that?
I have scanned and analyzed her thoroughly. Her symptoms indicate that she will die within minutes.
Oh no.
use the sync machine here to go inside her brain.
What, and?
That will not cure her condition.
I'm not trying to cure her. 2 days ago, I saw her dead body. After that, we went into Sosajima's brain. And in his Somnium, I saved Iris. And somehow, I saved Iris in the real world, too.
Maybe you were in a parallel world or something.
Maybe I was.
If I do the same thing again,
You think you can save her?
I don't know, man.
Iva, please, help me.
Is that an order?
Yes.
Then I suppose I have no choice.
Okay, Booker, we're gonna go to a timeline where we can get the guns.
All right. We don't have a lot of time. Let's get moving.
Date, this device is a prototype. It is not identical to the one at Abyss.
You said that already, so what?
So,
I do not know how to reset it. There must be a manual of some kind. We need to find that before we begin.
oh no.
This is the console that controls the sync machine.
So what if we use this?
The machine can be activated. But we need the manual first.
Where can I find the manual? It's just a CRT monitor. Oh no. What about all these books? Wait, what about over here? In the locker. No manual here. This doesn't even count? That's stupid. A sink. A torso. Vice? Oh, that's where the gun was. Chemical bottles. A lot of stuff here, but no manual. Oil trunk? Ah, a couple hours ago. We need to find the manual. A lot of stuff here, but no manual. Manual!
Found it. I don't believe it.
Huh?
Date, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Did he have to take her eye out?
Shovel Forge again?
This looks kind of like the other time I synced with Iris, but there's a different atmosphere now.
Hmm.
That's why. That's why. That's why they all have their eyes removed. Because they're being jammed in this machine because somebody's looking for something.
By the way, what happened to your usual appearance?
I decided to hold back this time. This is no time to be playing around. Putting that aside, you want to help Iris, correct? Then we need to hurry.
So what do we need to do?
Care to ask the owner of this world?
She's lost consciousness, even in her own Somnium.
That proves how critical her condition is. Whoa!
Okay. Okay.
What was that?
I do not know, but it appears as though we have no choice but to believe those words.
The fruit of immortality, huh? But I don't see any fruit.
Right there, dude.
We need to do something about this beam of light first.
I've seen that monument before. But back then...
Somnium scan. Activate.
That's a bit silly. Your new form, Iva. Oh boy. Okay. Wow, this thing sucks. All right. Let's go. Iris.
Iris is unconscious.
Investigate the Iris.
Why can't we wake Iris up?
If we woke her up forcefully, she might become mentally and physically exhausted. We don't know if it is even possible for her to wake up.
The core is... It's the same one I saw in the last sink. If I touch the core like last time...
Even in the Somnium world, it might be better to not put too much burden on Iris.
You're right.
What'd I get out of that? A 20? That's okay. Pedestal B, huh? Pedestal C. Let's take a look at the Iris Ungularis.
I saw this Iris during the previous sync.
Let's investigate the Iris.
The beam of light is passing through.
If there was a monument on this pedestal, it would hit the Iris beam just right.
You're right. It doesn't seem like we can do anything else here.
Yeah. Bring the monument over and we can put it into the Iris beam.
Excuse me, could you stop calling it the Iris beam?
What else do you want me to call this light beam?
That! Light beam is fine.
It's the Iris beam. Come on. Come on. You know it's the Iris beam. Egg-shaped monument. I hope this isn't a brain tumor.
Monument.
Looks more like a sugar cube
Oh,
to
I
me.
like that. You look nice. I'm gonna place it on the... I'm gonna use 10 and then place it on the pedestal. Yeah, I would love some.
I see. Putting this here cuts off the light.
I feel like I've seen this in a movie.
Don't you mean you've seen this in Iris's Somnium?
Just put it down. Didn't expect that.
I see.
No, this is... I see.
I'm gotta make a
Figure something
star.
out?
This
need-
might turn into a pentagram.
Oh, I get it. That means...
Yes, that leaves this remaining.
Because of Jesus. Alright, Chozuya. I don't know what that is.
A Chozuya.
Stick my hand in it.
Let me see. There's something here. A monument. If you place it against the light, it will complete the pentagram.
Do it.
Easy.
What?
Oh shit! It's nice! They're here!
Appeared before. It may symbolize Iris's insecurities. Whoa! We have to deal with them before we find the fruit of immortality.
Well, that's
What do you want me
rough,
to
bro.
They don't want us to complete the pentagram.
Is that why they attacked the Chozuya and Irises?
But this pedestal has not been attacked. They cannot attack it for some reason.
You think so?
What other explanation could there be? As long as there is even a slight possibility, we must try.
Right.
Can't we just dance the cancer out of her head?
Obviously, we need to make a pentagram. But the attack has time for trial and error. Think carefully.
Okay. I don't... Okay. Oh, this is rough.
An egg-shaped monument.
Pick it up!
Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
Here, yellow.
A pedestal with nothing on top of it.
Place it.
Upsy daisy.
What does that mean?
I was merely trying to lighten the mood.
I appreciate the thought, but
Oh, okay.
Blue.
Egg-shaped. Understood. Where would you like me to... A pedestal.
Blue.
Understood.
What?
Huh?
through.
It doesn't seem like you can place a monument here.
Dog.
A guardian dog statue.
Place the monument on the dog?
The light!
The pentagram is complete.
What?
Why
Ah!
is it working? The pentagram is complete.
The placement of the monuments must be incorrect. The lines of the pentagram must form the golden ratio. You cannot call it a true pentagram if the shape is broken. At the very least, the placement needs to be symmetrical.
Got it. I'll try again.
An egg.
Pick it up.
Where would you like me? A pedestal. Understood.
It came back.
Perhaps because the colors don't match?
Maybe.
What? But you, but it.
A guard? Understood.
Oh, oh no.
Doesn't...
But where's the? So it has to be yellow.
pedestal. Upsy da-
Okay.
Why isn't it working?
What? But. Oh, the dog stayed.
An egg.
Okay.
Those are my...
Bug tester found them. Well, I guess there's nothing we can...
I am glad.
But... How?
See? The light!
The pentagram is complete.
I don't...
What?
Why isn't...
The placement
I
cannot
don't
have at the very-
understand.
Got it.
Okay, starting over. It was happy with this.
Understood. Where would you...
It liked this.
A guard? Understood.
He was thrilled about this. Okay, now this one's giving a problem.
A pet?
So I'll take
Understood.
that.
Where would you...
And then put you on this blue.
Understood.
And then it'll work. I got it.
A pet? Where would...
I got it.
A pedestal. Understood.
Now I'm just gonna check to make sure this works. And then I'm gonna restart the whole fucking thing. On death. Because I definitely am not gonna have the time for this shit.
Where would... A pet? See...
What does that...
I was merely...
I appreciate it.
I didn't realize I could move them.
The light!
Once I figured that out, I was like, oh yeah, I'm a genius.
The pentagram's complete.
Die, brain tumor!
What?
The world is...
It's breaking down!
Whoa, okay. Yeah, it does represent Iris's brain, though. I think her brain might have exploded.
The shuttleforge world disappeared.
Hey! Back to
I am
normal.
back to my usual appearance.
What about Iris?
It appears that she is unharmed.
For now.
Give the fruit of the Tokiji Kuno Kaku, for you shall then be blessed with eternal life.
Iba, the door to the shrine opened.
Let's get that fruit.
Is that the fruit of immortality?
It
Sick.
appears to be the seed of a citrus fruit of some kind. But we need the actual fruit.
That voice said something about the fruit of immortality. I wasn't expecting it to be literal.
Some believe that the fruit of immortality is a Tachibana orange. The Tachibana orange comes from a variety of evergreen trees. So we are looking for some kind of fruit. Fruits have edible flesh surrounding the seeds.
Right, but if we only have the seed...
This is a dream world. If we plant it now, it may grow quickly.
Good idea.
Iba, you ready to slash and burn?
I see. If we plant it there...
Oh, okay.
It sprouted.
This must be a positive sign.
With the ashes as compost, then all we need is...
Water. Thanks, Satan. Ah, the Chozuya.
It's a Chozuya. Why is it not broken?
Dig.
You do know this is not the Shovel Forge world, correct?
I said dig, you
There's
freak.
a pickaxe on the ground there.
Pickaxe? You're right. But why? The pickaxe even looks strange.
Maybe Iris left it behind because she wanted you to use it.
Perhaps. I'll use it.
Dig.
Whoa!
It's raining.
Fuck yeah. Nailed it. Oh, this Somnium's a
So
cakewalk.
this is the fruit of immortality.
We need to hand this over to Iris.
Right. Hurry. Wait for me, Iris. I'm coming.
Oh, I'm crushing this. Eat the fruit. And come back to life. And tell everyone who has AIDS they're gonna be just fine
Iris
if
is
they pray or
unconscious.
some shit. Oh, fuck. Hold on a sec. Oh, man, that movie's so
Oh,
fucking awful.
That was a bell?
I thought it was a Castella.
Pray.
Fine. As a formality.
Thanks, Satan.
What did you pray for?
Date, I thought you already knew this. Your wish will not come true if you tell someone what you wished for.
But maybe that only applies to humans.
No matter how many times you ask, I will never tell you.
Okay, cool.
Iris is unconscious.
Fruit. Boy, I'm gonna be really surprised if we cured her brain cancer. You know, I'm just thinking, if somebody finds me here with this machine and this girl dying of brain cancer, I'm gonna look super guilty. Like, real guilty.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I did forget that I killed all those people. I did forget that. Okay. Did I fix her brain? Damn it!
Oh, good. You're awake.
I had to gouge her eye out with my hand!
Everything you've done for me.
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna die. Aren't I?
Nah, you're gonna be
No.
fine.
Don't talk crazy. I synced with you to save you.
It totally
This has to be
worked.
the timeline where you live.
I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. Don't want to die. I met you. I wanted to spend more time with you. I wanted to go places.
I'll take you. I'll take you wherever you want. I'll take you to Ichiru, Kunishir, Shikoton, Habamai. Anywhere you want, Iris.
Really?
Yes.
I'm gonna be okay.
You're gonna be
course.
okay.
You won't die, I promise.
I used hacking to delete the brain cancer.
I'm glad. I'm not gonna die. I can be with you forever.
Of course you can. You're gonna live, Iris, forever and ever. You'll become a grown woman, get married, have kids. I'll even babysit them for you.
Tate, thank you. These past few days have been so much fun.
Wow, girl, you are
Please, Mr.
just
Dante,
cursed.
You can't leave me!
You are just highly cursed. I think she has died in
Your
almost
back is
every
so
sequence of
warm,
events
Mr. Dante.
conceivable. Yes, actually, every single timeline has
I've
ended
met
with
you
her
before.
vicious murder and/or brain cancer explosion death.
Then go on a date with me. And the Greek goddess of rainbows.
So, what do they want?
You're the only person I can trust.
What information do they want?
Dante!
It must be about something that happened 6 years ago.
Scissors, rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Dante, can you tell me one last thing? I've been looking. Are you...
No, no, Iris. You can't die. Please, Iris. Iris. Iris!
I've been ruined on this. I dreamed of a world with only Reploids. Not yet. So what is the function of how do I go back to the other routes and continue them? I've finished every route that I could. Got it. Wait, which one was this? This was don't believe her. Find her corpse with the wrong eye taken out. Let's go see Mama. Left one did not unlock. She dead. Different, but dead.
Have you settled down? The scene is being inspected without you. This time the body didn't disappear. However, you lost consciousness. I didn't expect you to faint.
I was in a different timeline. Don't worry about it.
Seeing that corpse must have been incredibly shocking. I did not predict you to be the fainting type. I suppose humans are unpredictable.
Oh, hey, Boop. I love you.
Now that you're back, let's get back to business.
Back to solving the case,
You
Robo
are
Buddy.
conscious, are you not? Are you at a loss for words? Date, don't let negative thoughts consume you. Thinking that Iris died because of me. If I never took her to Ota's, this wouldn't have happened.
No, she's fairly cursed.
If you truly believe that, then your brain is completely rotten. Or perhaps when you saw the corpse, your head became filled with images of blooming yellow dandelions.
What?
Oh, you're talking now. Was I correct? If you consider the situation logically, even an elementary school student would understand.
Huh?
Fine. Allow me to pluck some of those dandelions from your mind. I will ask 3 questions. Please answer honestly.
Alright.
First question. The cold storage warehouse was not in regular operation. But even so, the AC was on, and a minus 58-degree temperature was maintained. Why is that?
Preserve the body.
To preserve something.
Yes. Let us move on to the next question. Second question. There was something strange about the corpse.
Wrong eye.
Do you remember what that was? That is a unique factor. But there was something else, something more peculiar.
Oh, the fact that it was covered by a cloth?
What is unnatural about that?
Isn't it strange? The culprit hid the body because they didn't want it to be found. But then they cover it with a cloth. That implies they thought that someone would eventually find it.
But do you know for a fact that the culprit hid the body? And even if they were responsible, it is not uncommon that murderers feel a sudden urge of remorse or pity for their victim.
So the cloth was a sign of pity?
That is a possibility.
It was hidden in the engine.
The culprit was afraid that the body would be discovered, so they hid it under the hood.
How is that
Why
strange
then?
at all? It's a good hiding
ocean is
spot.
right here. If they really wanted to hide the body, they could have put weights on it and sunk it into the water.
As I stated earlier, the culprit may not have hidden the body. And even if they did,
They showed pity by hiding it in the warehouse rather than dumping it somewhere.
better than the ocean, I would imagine.
Huh, it was cold. It was a
Iris's
cold body.
was completely frozen.
I nailed it.
Temperature read -58. With Iris's weight,
Wait, that would have taken a while.
just wondering, but how much do you weigh?
Don't you know it's rude to ask a lady that?
105 pounds.
I see. 105, huh? It should have taken about 18 hours to freeze solid. But we were...
Wait a moment.
Wait,
Before you draw your conclusion,
What?
allow me to ask my final question. Question 3.
am I sure that's
2
Iris?
days ago, Sunday night, you found a dead body in the cold storage warehouse.
Who's in...
But afterward, you visited the Sagan household and discovered that Iris was in fact still alive. Why?
You mean...
You've got it.
That's not Iris. Is that even real body? No, it's a mannequin.
I don't believe it.
The stomach is swollen slightly. She appears to have been pregnant.
Oh no!
How?
Do not worry. The uterus does not contain a fetus.
You mean after she was killed?
No, the fetus was not present in her body when she was killed. She must have been killed after giving birth. The distended stomach does not immediately shrink after birth.
What's that?
The expanded uterus
Oh, no, I'm
takes
good.
some
Thank you,
time to
darling.
return to its normal size.
Paige brought me an egg. What good timing. So who is
Evidence
this?
makes one thing perfectly obvious.
Thank you, darling.
This corpse isn't Iris. It's someone else.
Which means...
Iris is still alive.
Iris
Not necessarily.
might be still alive. There you go.
she could be alive. We haven't confirmed that yet. Multiple stab wounds with a single-edged, sharp object to the victim's back. Judging by the size and shape of the marks, the weapon was most likely a kitchen knife. This
Iris
matches
saw
what
this
you said
murder.
on Sunday.
That's why it was in her.
So this is the body I saw then.
No, this is the person so
Is there an
killed.
estimated time of death?
Impossible to determine. This body has been completely frozen for at least 10 years.
10 years?
10 years!
She was killed more than 10 years ago?
Exactly.
Is that Masuki's
Her
mom?
identity is unknown. Her killer is also unknown.
Is that
But there is
Masuki's
one
mom?
likely suspect.
Who?
Let's consider the clues. The scene.
Yeah, Mizuki's
Okinawa
12.
Fishery cold storage warehouse. Sunday night, we saw So here. And there is something else about So Sejima. We witnessed someone similar to Iris being stabbed repeatedly in So's Somnium.
But it wasn't Iris. It was this woman.
That is highly likely.
What we saw was So's memory from more than 10 years ago.
I believe that is the case.
Renju and So?
But we still do not know where Renju is.
That means that we need to talk to.
So Sejima.
Oh my god. This is crazy. Looking for Iris, but no dice. Still can't find her. Let's just go see So.
I thought I told you never to show your face here again.
Tell me what happened 10 years ago.
I didn't come here for Shoko today. I didn't come here for Iris either. Instead, I'm here for a girl who looks like Iris. Did you kill her?
Date, look.
He's shitting
I
himself.
knew it. You killed her, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've had enough of your shit, Congressman! You wanted to check on the body of the girl you killed. That's why you were at the cold storage warehouse 2 days ago. Where is Renju Okiura?
What's Renju and Shoko have to do with this?
You were at an Okiura fishery warehouse for a reason. There's definitely a connection between you two. And that's not all. Number 89 called your secretary. The same number 89 that Renju escaped with. Now tell me, where is Renju?
Suddenly, bodyguards.
We'd like to ask you to please leave.
Darn.
Damn it, so!
Hey, Paige, can I have a cookie? Oh, no, I'll get it. Oh, can I get water, too? Thanks, babe.
There's nothing we can
Paige
do.
is letting me have a cookie. That's
We
what
did
a great
arrive
wife
without a
does.
warrant. We were technically trespassing.
What if I just shot
If he had
everyone
called
in
the
this story
police, we
until
would
the
be in
timeline
predicament.
reset?
We would have been detained immediately. Who would look after Iris then? Do you intend to leave your responsibility?
Dude, I don't know. I don't even know where that bitch is.
Calm down, Date. We still have our lead.
Lead?
Before I explain, we need to discuss the corpse in the cold storage warehouse.
We really do.
Let's give her a name. Because she is frozen solid, we could call her All Ice or Alice. What do you think?
Huh. Look at this horrible pun.
I can't see that. Can you read it?
Because she is frozen solid, we could call her All Ice or Alice. Yeah. Thank you for cookie.
Alice and Iris. I believe it fits nicely.
Alright, Alice. What about her?
Someone might be able
And
to
what if she
identify-
dressed like an Egyptian stripper?
Who?
Thank you.
Allow me to ask
Oh, that'd be
you
wonderful,
three
thanks.
questions.
Again with this?
First question. You have seen this corpse more than twice. 3 times, in fact. When was the first time?
It was Saturday.
3 days ago. Saturday night when I synced at Abyss.
Yes, in the Somnium world. We saw the frozen corpse of a girl. Question 2. Who is the girl?
Adrian?
Adrian? Adrian!
Yeah!
Of course not.
Now I know. That girl was probably Alice.
Most likely, yes. So we have technically known Alice for 3 days. One last thing. The final question. In which Somnium did we see Alice?
Mm-hmm.
My roommate, Mizuki Okiura.
Exactly.
So how does she know?
You mentioned
About that
something
lady.
about Mizuki's Somnium being some kind of prophecy. But prophecies are nonsense. Dreams are not made of the future. They are made from the past. Therefore,
Mizuki has seen Alice before.
there is no other
She knows the secret.
Aiba, where is Mizuki now?
Where we went with Iris yesterday, the Kume Shrine.
The shrine? Why would she be there?
Unknown. She is supposed to be looking for Iris.
Okay, let's go.
Date,
Did you find Iris?
if I did, I would have told you already.
Tell me the secret.
Right.
What are you doing here?
Iris used to like this shrine. She told me about all her memories here. We used to come here all the time. You know those steps in the front? We would sit there together and talk about things. Like what gluten-free means, and eyelash extensions, and aerial yoga.
Oh, that's
and we
cute.
would talk about all our problems together. Sometimes we would talk
He's
late
gonna
into the
he's
night.
gonna attack you.
So I thought that maybe she'd be here. But it looks like I was wrong.
Did you think she was here because this is one of like 6 sets that the game has? Where's Oda?
I think he's searching Akihabara right now. Last time he checked in, he said he didn't have anything.
Where's your dad?
I think Iris is with Renju.
With Daddy?
Yeah. Her note mentioned her most trusted person. It's probably Renju.
Yeah. I remember that mermaid girl saying something like that.
He was looking for Iris.
Right. Mermaid. Thanks, Mermaid.
Does that mean that Daddy is the one who called for Iris?
It could be. So I need to know where he is.
But I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
Tell me where your stupid murdering father is.
Mizuki, I have something very important to ask you.
Tell me about the corpse.
You've seen her before, haven't you? 3 days ago, I saw her in your Somnium. The body of a girl who looks like Iris, Alice. Your dreams are built from your memories. So that corpse...
Where'd you see the body?
Mizuki, please, answer me. Iris's life is at stake.
Huh? What do you mean?
Just tell me where'd you see it? Yeah. Catch her all up. 89's connected to So. Then some stupid Minecraft shit happened, and there was a murder, but the murder was in the past. And so it was the
I need to know
congressman
everything
just
about
tell.
Alice.
Just fucking. Where did
If
you
I
see
find
the
out who she
body?
is, I might be able to solve the mystery of Renju and number 89. And that might lead me to Iris.
Agony in her face. Silence lingered. Finally, she lifted her head and spoke.
Okay. I'll tell you about Alice.
I can't believe this girl's been sitting on a murder the whole time!
It was about a month ago. I saw my daddy crying in the president's office at Lemniscate. I was peeking through a crack in the door so he didn't see me. Daddy got up, then got into his car and drove away. I had never seen him like that before. I was curious, so I followed him in a taxi. That led me to the cold storage warehouse. He got out of his car and went inside. I followed right behind him, quietly. Daddy was standing next to the forklift in the back. I hid behind a shelf. I watched Daddy open the hood of the forklift, and then, after a little bit, he left. I wanted to know what he was looking at. I went over to the forklift and I looked under the hood myself. And then...
You saw Alice's dead body.
But at the time, I thought it was Iris.
Right. Did you talk to Renju?
What do you mean? I couldn't just ask. It would have changed everything.
Sure would've.
I thought that as long as I stayed quiet, everything would be okay. I didn't see a dead body. I wasn't even at the warehouse. I repeated that to myself over and over and tried to forget the whole thing.
Repressed memories are often the subject of Somnium.
That's why Alice showed up during the sync.
Why did you not call the cops?
What was I supposed to do?
Hey, I found a dead
Daddy
body.
would've been in trouble.
Yeah.
So you kept quiet this whole time?
Yeah.
Alright, so what'd you do?
The corpse looked exactly like Iris. I couldn't believe she was dead. I just couldn't. So I went to Iris's house.
And she was fine.
Huh? What's wrong, Mizuki?
Iris was alive. I thought I was going crazy. Or dreaming. I tried to convince myself that it was just a hallucination.
If my dad killed somebody, would you call the cops? If my dad killed somebody, they deserve to go. About the cold storage warehouse.
I actually met with one of the higher-ups at Daddy's company last night, before I went to Matsushita Diner.
Why?
Because you asked about the cold storage. I was curious. I asked around some, and...
What about my brother? Dude, if I found a dead body, I'd call the cops and say my brother did it. And they're like, why do you think that? I'm like, it just seems like reasonable.
I found out that Daddy was managing the warehouse before I was born. After my grandpa died, Daddy took over. In exchange for managing the warehouse, he gave ownership of the company to someone else. I guess he didn't want to let this place go. Or maybe he couldn't let it go. That's more accurate, I think. But I understand why.
There's a dead body in
The
it.
warehouse was...
Alice.
On paper, Daddy has nothing to do with Okiura Fishery. Daddy
But-
was still managing the warehouse. And he was the only one allowed in there, too. That was part of the agreement when he gave up the company. And the whole thing had to be a secret. He really stressed that point.
Renju's looking real guilty.
Hey, Mizuki. How long was he managing the warehouse?
6 years?
18 years.
Oh my
That's
god!
what the man told me.
6
18
plus
years.
12 is
From that long
18!
ago?
Yes.
Iba, I need an emergency search. Missing persons from 18 years ago.
Understood.
Huh?
Date, I found her.
Wait,
The
is
girl
it
who looks like Iris.
is Hitomi even
What's her name?
Iris's mom?
Monica Iwai, 19 years old at the time of her
She's not!
disappearance. A graduate of Eitoku High School.
What?
Renju was my classmate at Eitoku High.
That's why they don't look
We've known each
alike!
other for 20 years now. When I was
Ah!
young, I lost someone very important to me. Monica Iwai, my best friend. One of the only friends I had.
Alice's Monica. Hitomi's friend who went to the same school as her and Renju. But why? Monica's body was found just now. But even back then, Hitomi knew. She knew that Monica was already dead. Iba, where is Hitomi right now?
That's
Headquarters for questions.
that's why she was talking. But wait, why would she be talking to? Why would she be talking to So
Got it.
now? If
Contact boss.
did she
Have them bring
know?
Hitomi to
Did
Abyss.
Roger that.
is So the dad? Is Renju the dad? Am I the dad?
You're awfully calm. You saw
Why
the
was-
corpse of your daughter today.
Why was
You were called into the station to confirm
why was
her identity.
89
And
there
yet
to
here you
shoot
are,
her? Was
clueless
it on
if you
orders of Renju?
even though you lost your precious daughter. Shall I guess why?
Her name is Iwai Monica. She has been missing for 18 years. She was 19 years old at the time she went missing. Monica, Hitomi Sagan, and Renju Okiura all attended Eitoku High School.
Because that body isn't Iris. And you know it.
Are you serious?
Yes. Her name is Monica Iwai. She was killed when she was 19. She went to the same high school as you, and she was your best friend. Isn't that right? Nothing to say for yourself? Hiding something? Maybe you killed her with Renju.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, now you're talking. But we know Renju committed a crime. Illegally disposing of a body. We
Yeah.
can prove it.
You very, very not good to do.
The cold storage warehouse where the body was found. It's been managed by Renju Okiura for almost 2 decades now. And witness testimony proves that he knew about the corpse there. And if I'm not mistaken, you knew about the corpse too, Hitomi. You and Renju have been close since high school. It's not too much of a stretch to think that he told you about the body. And I remember you telling me once.
When I was young, I lost someone
Is this
very important
whole
to me.
thing to just clean
Monica
people up
Eli,
who
my
would
best
know about
friend.
the murder?
One of the only friends I had.
It doesn't seem like doing 4 or
How did you
5
know that she
high-profile
was dead?
murders is a good way to clean up
I
one
didn't.
murder.
Don't play dumb. I know you're hiding something. You know what happened 18 years ago. And you knew she was pregnant. You were her best friend. Of course you would have known. Tell me. Tell me everything.
Date, she's not going to talk.
Alright, let's go into her
Same
brain!
with her.
It's the only way! Extrajudicial brain surgery, go!
Date, I'm sure I've told you enough times by now, but...
You shut the
please,
fuck
come
up, you
back
traitorous
within
bitch!
6 minutes.
I can't promise you that, Pewter.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm not coming back until I find something.
Date, you can't.
Why not?
You know why.
Because it will take over my consciousness?
Yes.
But if it's only a little...
Whatever.
No, not even a little. If the sync passes the critical point, the damage will be irreparable.
But what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, what would the damage be? Would it be a brain tumor? What would it be a...
I'm not hiding anything.
Then let's try it. Let's experiment with my mind. Then we'll know for sure what'll happen.
Fine. I'll just say it.
Yeah?
I already
Pewter,
did.
tell him.
I already did do it,
Me?
didn't I?
You know more about it than I do.
Well...
Alright? Give me
Ask
the
Peter.
information!
He knows more about it than I.
Give me the big reveal!
Well, first off, 6 minutes is not a hard limit. It could be 7, or even 8.
I don't care about the exact time. I'm asking what happens if you go beyond the limit.
Do you remember the story I told you about the egg?
Yeah, why?
If you imagine an egg as your consciousness, the yolk is what goes into the subject's brain. The white remains inside your shell. If you go beyond the limit, your yolk will not be able to return to its shell.
Because the subject's mind will start to take over the sinker's consciousness, right? I know that part already.
Indeed, but there's more to it. After the yolk is devoured, the egg white is brought through the machine next.
Huh?
And there's more. It's not just the sinker's brain. The same process eventually occurs in the subject's as well. In other words, the entire egg ends up being replaced. Mind, consciousness, memory, they are traded. Switched.
Oh my god.
The human brain has what can be understood as a memory limit. One brain can only hold one consciousness, and it can only contain one person's memories.
I don't even know. Every single character could suddenly just be different characters now. But she had her eye. So that means I need to get inside that brain.
You know everything. Talk to the boss.
Okay, so who did I used to be 6 years ago?
I was unaware of this as well. This information is not on any accessible databases.
We had to prevent the possibility that the system could be exploited.
Yeah, really?
Exploited. But
Even if it wasn't you, someone else might try. We didn't tell any Sinkers this, including you. Project Sync is a top-secret project. It's a matter of national security. Even Sinkers are on a need-to-know basis. Think about it. What if you were kidnapped by bad people who tried to make you talk?
bad people?
A criminal organization, spies from another country, those people. If you blabbed about Project Sync, the entire country might be at risk. You heard it from Pewter.
Is Monica killing the people responsible for her murder?
The sync machine isn't just for entering a person's somnium. It can also be used to swap bodies between two people. Imagine what this machine would be used for in the wrong hands. That's why I didn't tell you. We can't let this secret get out.
Egg.
Swapping bodies between two people? Trading minds?
Wait, we can save Iris.
Are you listening to me?
Yeah, I got it.
Are you really okay?
I'm fine. Start it.
Understood. Let us begin.
Oh man, what am I gonna find in here? That's why I had memories. What? Wait. Am I
God?
Am I 89?
I am the god of fire.
And then the fucking dickhead
I burn erotic books
mob
with
boss
my
is in
flames of
89's
red-hot
body?
anger.
My, how ruthless.
Ow!
Are you okay?
That hurt.
I'll let you read this porno mag if it'll make you feel better.
I will burn it.
The fog is making it pitch black.
Whose phone?
The light over there. Is that a firefly?
Let's figure out the mystery! Feel it, Tommy Spear, deep secret. Yeah, that dream at the beginning, that was a sink! It was a sink from 6 years ago!
It disappeared?
No, wait. It might still be nearby.
6 years ago! Flower!
A flower bud. I cannot identify the variety.
It's an iris!
Worship it?
Yeah.
I will pray to it as though I am mourning the dead.
Iba was there!
It bloomed a little?
I don't know what caused it, but it's better than nothing happening.
Oh! Oh, this is not helpful. Okay. Hole in a tree.
A hole in a tree. I may be able to fit inside.
Get in there.
I cannot see anything. It is unnaturally dark.
Did you notice anything?
I did hear the faint sound of the wind.
It must be hollow on the inside.
A hole in a tree.
Stick your hand in.
I am not going to be eaten or anything, right? Whoa!
Oh.
I fell, but I am still in the forest.
It's darker than before.
What? Is someone there?
Hey!
That voice is...
Find out where that voice is coming from.
Red Jew.
Five minutes left, Date.
Renju Okiura.
Let's flirt with them.
Yoo-hoo, Renju! Come get some of this. Come on!
Sorry, that was a bad idea.
Don't apologize. This is Renju's fault for having bad taste. Renju Okiura.
Hey, Renju, you there?
Renju, what are you doing in a place like this?
He won't answer.
Not in a place like this, at least. Renju,
Let's hit him.
this is for neglecting your responsibility to Mizuki, you coward! No use. I can't hit him.
This Renju is still a teenager. He wouldn't know Mizuki yet.
Renju,
Okay, inspect.
he looks young, but this is definitely Renju Okiura as he appeared approximately 20 years ago.
That's a long time ago.
Huh. Looks like Renju is not the solution to this problem. Let's try a new rock.
A rock.
Lift it.
Do what?
Just try.
Understood.
Well, did you find anything?
No, of course not. A rock.
Kick it?
Understood. My foot hurts.
I see.
My foot hurts!
Sorry.
A rock.
Investigate rock.
This is a simple rock, but
Is there any kind of pattern?
no, there does not appear to be. A rock.
Alright. Worship the rock.
But it's a rock.
Gods live in the rocks too, you know.
A rather Japanese way of thinking.
Just try it.
If you insist.
How was it? You've cleared your head, right?
Yes. I now feel a sense of emptiness.
Guess it was a waste of time.
I do not want to hear that from you.
Okay, well, this rock is worthless. Rock number 2.
A rock.
Lift it.
Do what?
Just try.
Oh, I can't lift this one either.
Well,
No.
Oh. Shake.
A rock.
Three minutes, Date.
The tree? Hold on, we'll just max these out. Check.
This is a simple rock, but
is there any kind of pattern?
no, there does.
Alright, hole in tree number 2.
A hole in the tree. It looks about as big around as a soccer ball.
Tackle it.
Understood. I will do my best.
Got it.
This is a picture of Hitomi, Renju, and Monica.
Everyone is so young.
Looks like a
Hold
bunch
on
of
to that.
guilty people to me. Hey, Renju.
Renju Oak.
Show a picture.
Renju, look at this.
Wow.
Wait!
Wow.
Renju, stop!
Wow. Wow. That's G for guilty. Huh.
What is this hole? It wasn't here earlier.
Let's get in there.
Really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Understood. Huh. It's even more difficult to see now. Another voice? Monica!
Ah, we're making
That's
progress.
Hitomi's voice.
Where is she? Look for her.
You have less than 2 minutes, Date. Hurry.
I'm not. Whatever. I'll just switch bodies with this dame. Can't we just do the process
Another
twice?
hole in a tree. About as big as a capybara, I estimate.
Those are pretty big.
Tackle.
Leave it to me. I will break it down. Huh? Date, perhaps we should pursue a more peaceful route.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh.
A hole in a tree.
Scream.
Hitomi! Date likes Hitomi!
Hey, what are you trying to say? Hitomi won't remember this sink. But still.
Oh!
Hitomi stopped.
It worked. Shake Hitomi.
That's Hitomi. Hitomi, what are you doing here?
Guess she can't hear you.
Pardon.
She looks like she's looking for something.
You have
A
1
rock.
minute left.
Kick the rock.
Understood.
I see.
My
Sorry.
Alright, let's worship
A
the rock.
But it's a
Alright. Rock number 1 and number 2 and 3.
How
No
was it?
good.
yeah.
Guess it was a...
I do.
What about rock number 1? I'm lost, bro. Bro, I'm lost. Bro.
Date, you've got less than 30 seconds.
Shut up. Oh, this rock's
Alright.
bigger. Lift it.
Do what?
Just
Okay, lifting the rock is not helpful.
No. A rock.
Investigate.
Is there any kind of pattern?
No. A
I
rock.
would never body swap with a cute lady that has a
Understood.
hat. Never ever.
I see. So
Thingy.
A rock.
Time's up.
But it's
gone.
Alright.
How was it?
yeah.
Guess it was...
Okay, the rocks are indeed red herrings. Which is ironically enough a type of
a hole in
a dog.
What is this? A web of some kind?
Well, it would have to be a spider web.
I have web on my face. A hole in a...
Okay, stick hand in.
I won't get sucked in, right? Hmm? A cord bracelet. has been lost.
Aha!
Perhaps it belongs to someone.
Might be important. Hold on to it.
Date, we...
Damn it! Is it over?
Darn! Let's restart this shit from the beginning. Worship. Stick my hand in. Renju. I'm facing Renju. Hole in the tree too. Tackle it.
5 minutes left, Date.
Shut the fuck up, I'm working on it here. Show picture. Hole. Jump in. Hole in a, there it is. Hole in a tree.
4 minutes.
Scream. Stick my hand in.
That's a...
Show brace.
Do you remember this? Wait!
Follow her.
On it!
Oh, I shook Hitomi. I'm scaring them. Hole number 2.
Three minutes, Date.
Showing
A large
evidence
hole.
of their affair.
If there is nothing left to do...
And then Iris' mom freaked out and they killed her.
Date, what is going on?
I don't know, it's pitch black. I can't see anything.
I see. Then it is not me malfunctioning.
Can you feel your way around?
I can try.
What do we got? Just a cluster of Amboralis. Fuck. What, seriously? Fuck. Alright.
A Lycaris flower.
Dig it up.
Let's do it. What?
I knew it. It was a secret.
Another hole. A large...
In we
Less
go.
than 2 minutes, Date.
We've
Hurry.
come this far. I will not protest now.
Here's the secret.
That is...
They are burying a body. So somebody came and got the body and is using it to what? Blackmail Renju? Looking forward to Pat realizing he can't unlock the true ending unless he completes all these memories under par. Is that even real? That's a lie? That's what I thought. Okay, time that guy out. Time that guy out for a day.
Hitomi, I think I know what happened 18 years ago. You three were close. You, Monica, and Renju. Monica was murdered. You and Renju found the body in the mountains, and you brought it back to the cold storage warehouse.
But why?
And my guess is so Sejima killed Monica. I've seen inside his head before, using this machine.
see. If you know that much, then there's no point in hiding it anymore. I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah, the truth! Give me the truth! 18 years ago!
Wait, you're going to see So?
Yes. I want to talk to him in person.
No, you can't.
Why not? Are you worried about my body? You don't have to worry about that. I'm totally fine.
But your stomach is still...
Oh, my doctor told me that's normal. Your stomach doesn't go down right away after giving birth.
I'm not worried about your body. I don't know how to explain it. So doesn't care about you. And especially not your child.
I haven't told him about giving birth. He contacted me for the first time in a while.
So that's why.
He wants to know about the baby.
He must be panicking.
Whoa. In the timeline where he dresses up like a polar bear to kill Iris, that dude is the coldest motherfucker in the world.
If anyone ever finds out his mistress had his baby, his political career would be over.
It's not like it was an affair.
His wife passed away after giving birth to his son, right?
It would still be a big scandal.
Wait, what? No, that's an
You're
important
pregnant with a girl who
detail.
just graduated high school. Don't you see how that looks? He
No,
knew
go
how the
back
public
to
would
that.
take it. That's why he gave you the money to deal with it. There's no way he'll accept that child.
It's okay. I told him that I won't cause any trouble. But could you take care of the baby? Just for a little bit? I'll be right back.
Fine. But take this with you, just in case. It's a GPS transmitter.
Really? Back in the 70s?
Just to be extra safe.
I really don't think I'll need it. But okay, if it'll make you feel better.
Oh, right, they're in the future. Right, okay.
I don't know what Monica saw in So. She said he was kind and loyal, that he wanted to change Japan, but I didn't understand any of it. We tried to convince her to break up with him so many times. She never listened, and it ended in tragedy. What happened next, you already know. Neither Renju or I saw it happen, so I don't know how much of this is accurate, but we could guess what happened.
He thought she was pregnant. Wait, what? She just happened to get killed by the Cyclops killer at that time?
Date, you said that Monica was killed by So, right? But that's not true. Monica was killed by Saito Sejima, the son of So and his late wife. Saito was 12 at the time.
12?
Yes,
But why would a little boy do that?
I don't know. I can't imagine.
And I was 89, and now Saito's in 89's body!
Renju told me.
That's why he thinks I'm his son, but I'm not his son! 89's his son!
Kumakuras. Renju had connections with them.
How did the Kumakuras know?
So told them.
What'd he say, though?
He told her to move overseas. He said he'd pay for everything.
What happened after Monika's murder?
So contacted his friend, the chairman of the Kumakuras. He asked him to dispose of the body and left the scene with Saito.
The incident was 18 years ago.
18 years ago?!
That means the chairman was Rohan, not Moma.
Right, the dirtbag.
Rohan went to the scene of the crime?
Yes, with some of his men.
More. Give me now.
Again, neither Renju or I saw this. We were just waiting at my house for Monika to return. But she never came back. We tried to call her cell, but it didn't connect. But then, we saw movement on the GPS.
The GPS Renju gave to Monika?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm totally Falco body hopping in fucking Saito's body.
GPS getting further and further away from the city. Renju and I got nervous, and we decided to follow it.
What about the baby?
We couldn't take the baby with us, so Renju gave the baby to the mob doctor he trusted.
18 years ago? Mob doctor?
Those are Kumakura men.
We didn't dare move. We couldn't speak. We were barely breathing. We could only watch as it all unfolded. I knew what the hole was for, but I couldn't move. Couldn't do anything. I remember my heart beating so fast. Before long.
We good here?
Yeah. Cover her.
Just a minute.
Oh! Oh no! I recognize that voice!
Beautiful.
The Kumakura people covered Monika's body, then left. Renju and I ran over.
So that's when he found out about his creepy eye fetish.
What? We saw.
They created the Cyclops Killer. Let's hide her in a forklift, Renju. That'll solve the case.
We need to call the police.
No, we can't. Not yet.
Why not?
You don't know who those guys are. They would do anything to keep this hidden.
That's true.
I've seen it happen myself.
Yeah, because you kill old
I know
people.
what they're capable of. Anyway, think about it. Why would they do this? They thought Monika and her baby were going to be trouble. Monika's stomach was
They
still
think she's
bleeding.
still pregnant.
I don't think they know that she gave birth already. What do you think they'd do if they found out?
They'd kill
They would
Iris.
take her and kill her too. And then
That's...
they'd come for us. They'd make it look like
Falco wasn't there to kill Hitomi!
All of us would be...
He was there to kill Iris! And that's why he wouldn't do it!
Renju convinced me. He knew more about the dirty underbelly of society than anyone. He knew when something couldn't be handled by the police. He said that they would do anything to kill the child. And I believed him. We had to protect
The
Monika's
only thing
baby.
I need now
We had to.
is figure out who's stolen what body.
Okay. I understand.
Which is actually gonna be
decided
tough.
to trust him. We couldn't leave Monica's body in the forest. We cleaned her up and took her to the cold storage warehouse.
Also, Boss shoots So Sajima in the other timeline. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Man, I'm gonna need a new timeline in which Iris hasn't died yet.
This warehouse is owned by Okiura Fishery. My father runs it. But it's not in use right now. They're moving operations to a better area. They're actually looking for buyers right now. But don't worry, I'll take over the warehouse.
Are you sure?
Yes. Don't worry. I'll keep everyone out. Everyone but you, of course. I'll give you a key. You can come visit any time you want to see Monica.
Monica, don't worry about the baby. I'll protect her, no matter what.
So
And don't worry
Saito,
about them
the
either.
evil murder child who
The
loves
people who did this
murder, is currently in 89's body. But if that's
never
true, why
forget
would
them.
Renju find him
I'm
unless he
sorry,
didn't
Monica.
know that and thought that 89 was still
Sorry.
Falco's body?
I'm sorry. Monica.
Fuck! It's a lot of spinning plates here. I'm spinning a lot of plates. Where's Renju? I'm the baby. No.
I don't really want to discuss this, but there's something you need to know. After talking to the Kumakura gang, I found out who killed Monica. So's son, Saito Sajima.
How?
Palpatine's behind it all.
Saito was only...
12 years old.
Why? Why would a little boy do that?
Because he's evil.
I don't know the motive, but I know it's true. So used his connections with the Kumakuras to cover up for his son. And all of the evidence of this scandal, of course.
I'll never forgive them. So, his son, or the Kumakuras.
I feel the same way. But you can't think about revenge now. You and the baby can't lead a life like that. Just bear with it for now. The opportunity will come. So wait until the right moment.
But am I Saito, or am I in Saito's body?
The mob doctor took care of everything. I have the birth certificate, and I even picked up a mother and baby book. It wasn't cheap, but you don't have to worry about it. Just submit the birth certificate, and everything will be taken care of. You look worried.
I feel like... I'm somehow betraying Monica.
Don't worry about that.
She was the one who gave birth.
Nah, you're cool.
Soon, you won't even be able to think about that. Because a war is about to begin.
A war?
Between you and the baby. You won't get a good night's sleep for a long time.
He's right, you know.
You might even start to resent Monica for all this.
Really?
Couldn't you just...
As soon as you submit the certificate,
Couldn't
officially
you
be her
just
mother.
fucking get
sure
off
raise
that
her
old man dick?
I'll
Was
help.
it truly so potent?
Occasionally, huh? I was thinking about her name. How about Iris?
Iris?
The goddess of rainbows in Greek mythology? And the colored part of your eye.
And the flower, too.
Right.
I thought it might have something to do with your name, Hitomi.
Not only that, it's also for Monika's name. The kanji for Monika uses the character for love. And Monika reminds me of Manako, Japanese for eye.
So both names have something to do with the eye.
And eye,
Shut up!
which means love,
Shut up! Shut
will be a
up!
part of Iris.
Shut up!
So that's how you came up with the name?
Don't you think it's nice?
Iris. Iris. Yeah, I really like it.
And so my life with Iris began. Raising a child was much harder than I expected. Waking up in the middle of the night to change diapers or feed her. Iris wasn't a good sleeper. I had to sing her lullabies to put her to sleep. And I always needed to put her to bed so carefully. It would only take 10 seconds before she'd start crying again. So I had to pick her up, sing her another lullaby.
How are we gonna save her from her brain tumor?
After doing
We're gonna have to
some of her
switch bodies with a
before
similar
I knew it,
iris.
The morning sun would creep in through the windows. But even with all that, I cherished every single day. My hatred for those responsible never went away. But my hands were full, raising Iris. I devoted myself to her. I never thought about anything else. Eventually, my desire for revenge just faded away.
You know what people in the ER say about dead people? You're not dead until you're warm and dead. Dozens of stab wounds? It's the future! They can fix her now!
Mommy, I want to see Milky Moon again. Mommy, you are so good at dancing. Mommy, pancakes are done. Sorry, I burned it a little. Mommy, why can't I dance at the stores? I can't help it. My body dances on its own.
Have your body feel it.
Mommy, don't more people come to barbecues? How come it's always you and me? Hey, Mommy. How long will it take my bone to get better? I want to dance again with everybody. Hey, Mommy, do you like my shirt? Look, we're matching! Mommy, thank you for everything! I love you more than anything in the whole wide world!
And then...
Mommy, look! I drew it!
The Okonomiyaki War, huh?
That was so fun! We should do it again!
The food or the food fight?
And then goons showed up!
I'm gonna have to say no to the latter, sweetie. It took forever to clean.
But Uncle said he wants to do it again too! Hey, Mommy.
Yes?
Are you gonna marry him?
Ooh.
What are you talking about?
As long as it's Uncle, I'm all for it! I say go for it!
I would always question myself. Could I keep living a lie?
Yes.
I had promised Monika that I would avenge her. But I couldn't work up the courage. And maybe Renju was exaggerating. But there's no statute of limitations for murder in Japan.
It's not.
If we showed Monika's body to the police, so would be punished by the law. and the Tsujima's and Kumakura's crimes would be uncovered. But that would mean Iris's secret would be uncovered
And
as
she'd
well.
be in danger.
That's what I was really worried about. I didn't want Iris to know that So was her father. And even more than that, I didn't want her to know that I'm not her real mother.
Aw,
That's the
kids
real
don't care
reason
about
I've
that
been
shit.
silent for 18 years. I didn't want to lose Iris. But fate can be cruel. God used other means to take Iris from me. In January.
Oh no, the
Iris
brain
suddenly
tumor!
collapsed. It was caused by a malignant tumor in her brain. There's nothing we can do. She only has a year to live at most. That's what the doctor said.
It's caused by wearing your
remember me
headphones too
telling you.
tight.
But what I didn't tell you is that there was an experimental new treatment. It was...
Some of the cutting-edge nanomachines can even go inside your body and cure illnesses. They can even cure cancer. And they go beep, beep, beep. That's what Mom said.
Nanomachines. Nanomachines could remove the tumor, but the procedure would be so expensive.
So
With
she
my
went.
salary,
That's
wasn't
why she
something I
went
could
to
afford.
sew.
I thought hard
So she
about
could.
it, about how I could get my hands on that kind of money, but I couldn't think of a solution. Time passed. Before I knew it, it was November. Iris's symptoms worsened. Her time was running out. I was starting to panic.
That explains why So was so violently evil to me in one timeline, but didn't want her to get stabbed in the other timeline. Because he sees Date and he sees his evil murdering shitbag son.
I couldn't sit here and waste time while Iris... In any case, I had to get the money before it was too late. So I thought of a plan. A plan to blackmail So Tsujima. Two days ago, on Saturday night, I called
She was
So and
there!
invited him to come to the warehouse. He agreed to come. After I hinted at what happened 18 years ago, I had prepared everything, hiding behind the forklift until So came. When he finally arrived, he walked over to the workbench.
That's why the body was on the table, and then I left, and the body went back in forklift.
And looked down. He whimpered and stumbled back. Even he was fazed, seeing a body he thought he got rid of 18 years ago. Not to mention it was the body of a woman he was in a relationship with. A woman his own son killed. He reacted exactly as I expected he would. I had prepared a recording and sent it to his phone.
Gasp!
I know what happened 18 years ago. Everything. I know who did it, and I know she had a baby inside her. You can probably guess what I'm going to say next. Be prepared to pay for my silence. I will tell you the exact amount later. And don't tell anyone about this.
And he didn't, not even in his brain.
Not the Kumakuras.
But he was thinking about the murder. That's
Why?
why.
Suspect, I will go to the press with the truth. Understand?
I told him to keep quiet and cut ties with the Kumakuras.
So why
Even if he
kill
found out who I
Shoko?
was, without the Kumakura gang, he had no power over me. And there's no way he'd risk his political career, not to go after me. I saw So put his phone back into his pocket and run out of the warehouse.
I feel like it's getting away from me the more that I
Ran out of my
find
house
out.
to put Monica's body back. But then, something unexpected happened.
Eek gads.
I saw you, Date. I hid behind the forklift before you saw me. And when you were done looking around...
It can't be. Iris.
I was losing consciousness. My head felt fuzzy. Couldn't gather my thoughts, didn't know what to say. Instead, Iva did the talking.
Iris is not Hitomi's daughter. But Iris's father is...
Yeah, please. Let's wrap this up into a nice little bow.
Her mother, Monica Iwai, was killed 18 years ago by So's son, Saito. However, Hitomi raised Iris since she was a baby. Hitomi showed unwavering love and compassion for her. Just as much as her biological mother would have, if not more. Iris's tumor was discovered in January of this year. The only possible treatment was experimental nanotechnology. However, that treatment is restrictively expensive.
I bet.
Hitomi devised a plan to blackmail So Sejima for the money. The best way to establish the blackmail was to show him proof directly. That is why Hitomi created the scene with the corpse.
Right.
She was the one who called So to the warehouse. On Sunday night, what Date saw was what Hitomi had prepared for So. That is the summary of what we have learned so far. But there are some things I have yet to understand. Date, pull yourself
I
together.
feel like this doesn't answer the question about the murders at all.
Date, snap out of it.
Heard I have a call from me and came too. Why did he remove Monica's eye?
I'm sorry. I have no idea.
Okay. Did you tell Renju about the blackmail?
No, I did not.
Fuck!
All this was my idea.
Okay, keep going about
Probably
Sunday.
Don't have to ask, but let me just be sure. After I left the warehouse, what did you do?
I put Monica's body back onto the hood of the forklift. Then, I left.
Makes sense.
That's why the police didn't see the body when they arrived on the scene. It makes
Yeah,
perfect
he
sense.
took the eye out so he could jerk off, basically.
Iris did not resurrect. You simply mistook Monica for Iris. The body did not disappear. Hitomi moved it. Those were the events at the warehouse Sunday night. Simple.
Summarize it up!
There are still a few loose ends, but I believe I understand what occurred 18 years ago.
18 years ago?
However, none of this ties directly
Yeah,
back to
seriously.
Shoko Nadami. Her murder was just
Somebody
coordinated.
jammed
Is it connected? Or are these two separate cases?
her into the machine to either find out something or steal a bot. Wait.
We can think about it later. More importantly,
Is Shoko the killer?
Wait. Where are you going?
to look for Iris, of course.
But you have no idea where she is, right?
But if Shoko's
Do
the
you know
killer,
something?
who would
Yes.
Tell me that you know something!
At around 4 o'clock today, I received a phone call. I don't know who it was. They were using a voice modulator.
What did they say?
I have your daughter. Don't call the police or she dies. That's why I didn't tell you earlier.
Renju.
We don't
Why
know
would-
that for certain.
Why would Renju threaten
It
Iris?
could be number 89.
Either way, Iris is in danger right now.
More story!
The voice asked for something else. He told me to go to a specified location with you.
With me?
Me?
Yes.
The culprit knows me?
With me?
It must be Renju.
From 6 years ago?
What location?
No, 89 is definitely Saito.
I'm sorry, but this stops now.
Shut the fuck up, Pewter!
Date. Run.
Boss!
Please, do not worry. I merely put her to sleep.
What are you doing?
My orders. They told us to halt our investigation. The boss was already going against orders as it is, which is why...
Investigation? What investigation? Shoko or Iris?
Neither. The investigation of Monica's murder.
Monica? But her case is all but completely solved.
Yes, but only to us, right? If we say nothing, then her investigation is ongoing.
So Tsujima. So threatened us, didn't he?
I don't know. But you've been stripped of your authority on this investigation.
How about I
As of
strip you of
5
your fucking
minutes ago.
face?
In fact, you are to be placed under house arrest. What will you do, Date? I suggest you comply.
Iva, can you turn the power off?
Easily.
Get him,
Get
bitch!
ready. 3, 2, 1.
Get him! Yeah!
Now tell me, where is the location?
It's the abandoned factory at the chemical plant, isn't it?
Why not?
If I told you, you'd go alone, wouldn't you? But if I don't go with you...
All right, take me there.
It's gonna be the chemical plant! Ah, I knew it!
I know this place.
It's the
From
chemical
6
plant
years
that closed
ago?
8 years ago.
It closed 8 years ago! I knew that. How did I know that? Corners of my mind are aching.
Date, I'm sorry, but this is going to be bad.
What happened?
Someone has begun to access my stored memory. They are attempting to wipe all the data.
Pewter!
Everything I have accumulated over the last 5 years,
Oh no!
including backups.
Pewter. Is Pewter doing this?
Almost definitely. He does have admin rights.
I should have killed that bitch.
I summoned some ice, but that will only buy time. I have 4 hours at the most. After my ice is broken, Peter will be able to access Watch It. record-
We gotta go find Pewter in 4 hours and kick his ass.
Able to destroy my mind.
Why?
It must be related to the orders they are receiving from the top. The higher-ups clearly see you as a threat, Dante. They are attempting to limit your power by removing me from the equation. I suppose their motivation hardly matters now. The most important thing now is...
They're gonna delete my anime waifu.
bringing her to Abyss within 4 hours. Or else... they will cease to exist.
Date? What's wrong?
My eyeball is dying.
Just...
All right. Now you know. So get moving. I'm counting on you, Date.
4 hours. It's fine. That should be plenty of time. Let's kill everyone in here. God damn it.
First.
Anybody with an eye
Nobody
patch
here.
is gonna be very suspicious. Wait! If I switched bodies with 89, how come he still got both his eyes? I need to be looking with people with fake eyes or eye patches or some shit.
Is that?
Glass eyes? You can't have a glass eye. It's gonna be Renju. Damn it!
Renju?
He's been dead for days! Is that me? I don't know. Finally. Okay, hold on. I also got taken out there. Okay, this is the one in which everyone horribly died, yes? And then Boss went to So Sajiva's place to shoot him in the fucking face. Okay. Alright, good. Alright. I'm gonna pee. Okay, bye. I'm gonna be back after I pee.
Let's go.
code.
Let's go.
Hello. What happened? You guys say stream at risk? What happened? What happened? Did we got stream hiccups? Someone talk to me. It's fine now? Okay. Hey, hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. So Paige on the off thing was like, "Hey Pat, can I grab some photos off your phone?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So she's going through my camera roll, and then she's like fucking grabbing like 40, 50 photos, and I'm like, "Paige, don't do," and she hits upload. I'm like, "No." I'm like, if you send that many photos to yourself over fucking email, it's gonna fucking kill it. And she's like, "No, it's fine." I'm like, "Sure enough." Did she find my dick pics? No. No one could ever find them because they don't exist. They don't exist. I legit never in my life understood taking a picture of your penis and sending it to somebody. Never in my life. Don't get it. Don't get it? All right. Why did Boss shoot Sosajima in the face?
Guys.
Sosajima.
Except it's not! That's not Sosajima!
Why? Why? Boss? What's going on here? Why did Boss kill So?
Boss's alibi for Shoko's murder.
Shoko was killed around 5 p.m. Friday. What was Boss doing at that time?
Unknown.
What about Renju's murder?
What about Saturday, 8 p.m.?
The time Renju was killed? Similarly unknown.
What about Iris and Ota's murder?
Iris and Ota were killed at different times. I was watching the stream on the call with Boss.
Only the first few minutes. The polar bear had not yet appeared on stream. It is possible that she made the call from somewhere off camera.
Where was Boss's phone at the time? Check her cell records.
She did not call from a mobile phone. She used a PC. Using a VPN service, she could have accessed her Abyss PC from the warehouse and made the call.
Boss is the
Boss
murderer?
is the new Cyclops killer? Shoko, Renju, Iris, Ota, So. Boss killed them all?
But why?
The evidence makes that a likely possibility. So also had his left eye removed. Identical to Shoko, Renju, and Iris.
But now we know that's just a function of using the
Date,
machine.
I know where the boss is. I have picked up her GPS.
Where?
She is now
At the abandoned chemical
at the
factory!
Saigon residence.
Oh no!
Somewhere inside Hitomi's house.
That's much worse than the abandoned chemical factory!
What?
Drew my gun!
Hitomi! Hitomi!
No reply. Didn't see Boss either.
Phone.
On it.
Oh no, she's gonna be dead!
The boss's phone.
I found it!
Oh shit.
Oh shit, it's a trap.
Kaname Date, you were under arrest for murder.
Wait, what?
The hell?
Me?
Drop your weapon. Comply!
Boss?
Did you kill him?
Are you kidding me?
You're the new Cyclops killer.
What? Why do you think that?
You put a gun to So's head and pulled the trigger. I saw it with my own eye.
Shut up! Shut up! Stop lying!
Where's Hitomi?
I don't know. She was gone when I got here.
Why did you come here?
Why would I tell you?
Why does... What are you
I
doing?
could ask you the same thing. You killed Shoko Nadami, didn't you?
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Don't lie.
Fight!
This is going nowhere.
Are you going to fight?
I have no choice.
I recommend against it. You have zero chance of winning a firefight.
Well then, what can I do?
Let me think. Date, what is that on the kitchen table? Could it be your favorite thing?
What?
The magazine.
You want me to look at a magazine now?
Just look.
Can't be.
Oh my god.
This is the stuff of legends. Only the most diehard fans have ever laid eyes on it.
Oh my god.
Wow! Limited edition!
Date, load Evolver with firebomb bullets. Shoot at the cloud.
Why?
Just do as I say, and fast.
Okay. Holy shit!
She is probably just unconscious. Her right shoulder and left leg suffered damage, but she will live.
A dust explosion, huh? Good thinking.
Thank you.
But you could have just had me throw the bag of flour.
That would have been too slow. To improve your reaction time, I had to improvise.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's have a look.
Hey,
this is just a cooking magazine.
Dude, we gotta... Come on, man. We gotta interrogate Boss.
Boss is still unconscious. However, her brainwaves are stable. Syncing with her shouldn't be an issue.
Good! Strap me the fuck in!
Date, talking to her would be pointless. You do know that, don't you?
Fuck it! Let's get in there! We don't know where Hitomi is! Get into her head! Let's go, 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 go! How do I get out of here? Computer, strap me in! Where's 89?
I had him put back behind bars.
In Fuchu prison.
That's right. I couldn't keep him here.
Why are you so cooperative?
Because I know that the boss is my enemy. I got the video from Aiba. I processed it and found that it showed no sign of tampering or editing. Which means there can be no mistake. The boss shot and killed Sosejima after pulling out his left eye. That makes the odds of her being the culprit behind the other murders very high. Or maybe she had accomplices. Either way, she's a criminal. That's why I am cooperating with you, Special Agent Date. I want it as bad as you do. The truth.
How's boss anyway?
She has broken her right shoulder, as well as the fibula of her left leg. But her brain is perfectly healthy. You can sync with her.
Let's do it!
Computer, are the preparations done?
Ready anytime.
Let's get started.
I wonder what or who I'm gonna see.
Date.
I know. 6-minute time limit. I'll be back before time's up.
Well then, let's begin.
All right. It's the factory.
Time to loosen up.
Do you always have to come in like that?
It is of the utmost importance.
At a time like this?
Times like this are perfect. Anyway, it appears to be an abandoned factory of some kind.
What could Boss be hiding here?
The sync machine.
Somnium scan. Activate.
The door. The door. The door. A different door. Open the door. Reveal the truth of the new Cyclops killings.
A rusted metal door.
Fuck that.
A door that looks like the Anywhere door.
Okay.
Hmm? It appears to be locked.
Well, 1 out of 6 is not bad. Door number 1
A rusted metal door.
that somebody's trying to break into.
It is no use. The ice pick will not work as a key.
Wait, the pick?
A rusted metal door. It is faint, but I hear the sound of meat being pierced.
So everyone was brought here to be killed.
A rusted metal door.
This is where the fucking barrel came from. That Renju was used to beget.
Roger. I will try. It worked!
All right, open it.
Yep. Shoko's murder.
Several keys have fallen.
One of them must be the right one.
I do not have time to try all of them.
Hopefully there's some kind of sign.
Indeed.
Mental lock 1 complete. So everyone was brought here, eyeballed, thrown into the machine, brought out, and killed. The only difference being...
It's a key. It's a key.
Only difference being... Shit.
A door that looks...
Timey removed.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
This one.
It's a key. The ice pick is next to this key. It appears to be correct.
That's what I said.
The tag is labeled A.
I was right. Give me some credit.
That must mean you can use this key for something labeled A.
Come on.
So wait a second. Boss is still seeing a separated individual committing these murders.
A door that looks... Perhaps we can use the key I just picked up.
Yeah, try that.
Unless she's viewing herself.
It opened. Odd. Isn't this the 3rd floor? What is going on here?
Dream
Looks like
logic.
the floors are connected in a weird way.
Quite the troublesome dream.
Door A. Now we have B, D, F, a pipe, and a control panel. I'm gonna have to run across here. Don't have much.
A door with B written on it.
That might have been a little much.
Got it.
This is the 2nd floor, but it is clearly not the door I just opened.
It's like a maze. I have to remember what door goes where.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
Oh man, this is rough. So here's
Door
C.
C.
That might have been a little much.
Right, okay.
Oh, we're on the 2nd floor again.
But now somewhere
Leave
useful.
the 2nd floor and come right back to it? This is confusing.
Shelf.
A bookshelf. There is an obvious wire tied to it.
No, I'm gonna have to go up to the 3rd
It is no
floor and
use.
pull the cord.
I am not powerful enough to move it.
So, you're too weak. Got it.
Yes, you're right. I am too weak.
Oh, sorry, Iba.
No, it's all right.
It is the truth. I am just a lowly artificial intelligence.
Damn it, I do need the
A
1 second
bookshelf.
timey.
There is an
Steel drum.
an oil drum hung with wire.
Perfect. Push it!
Oh,
Guess you should check that door.
a rusted metal door.
Damn it.
Door.
Did I just...
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Dante.
perfect. Perfect.
A rusted metal. It does not appear to be locked.
Here's Renju's murder.
This again.
So we can't just
Watch.
grab one. We have to be careful.
Times 10, huh?
It's a key with a watch. The hands indicate 3:45.
Oh my god, I don't remember what fucking time it was. It's 8, wasn't it? There's 8. But I'm gonna need to
Door.
go through this door.
It's a key. The hands indicate.
8 o'clock. Perfect.
Is this the correct answer?
Saturday night at 8 matches Renju's estimated time of death.
D is written on the tag. Let's go, Date. The D. I will try the key.
Yeah, try.
Thank you. Hey, Boopus. He's my baby. Oh, he's my baby. I love him.
This door too.
Right.
Rows of monitors and buttons.
Investigate is
This
1 second,
appears to
huh?
be old. I believe this computer controls the factory's electronics. It appears to require a key to activate.
Got it. Gonna need to melt that shit.
A metal door. It's frozen. A broken pipe. Steam is leaking out.
Cover it.
You want me to cover this hot hole?
Yeah.
You're making me do some dangerous things. Perhaps that will work?
Yeah. Yeah.
This won't be easy to cover.
Was I supposed to? Hey, Papa. Hey, Poopy.
It's a broken...
If I kicked it. Hell yeah, I'm a genius.
Oh, it's just as I calculated.
You were surprised, admit it.
A rusted metal door.
1.
I think I can open this door.
Oh, wait, I've already confirmed that the person in the bear costume was So.
This key has control panel written on the tag.
Does this mean
Control panel?
boss
One right there?
thinks that it... It was...
Rows of
Does that say times 10? Well, if I just investigate it.
Rows...
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry.
There! Oh!
So?
I
Alright.
see. If we move the scaffold, a new route appears.
Okay, let's move it.
Rows of
Hey, it got stuck.
This button is indeed the one needed to move the scaffold, but...
Huh. There might be another...
Rows of...
Alright. Sure.
Shrunk.
Rows of...
Oh.
Nice. Rows of
I want to see what's in the fucking... Ah!
It extended.
Now we can use the route to door B. Door...
Okay. Oh. Is it... How do I get upstairs? Is it this?
Door...
No. Is it... It's gotta be the other way.
Door C...
What? Door B!
Door B pro...
Less than 1 minute. Hurry.
Door F. This is the first time we've seen it. first floor. This is the first time we've been here.
That big door. If we can see what's in there, we'll figure something out.
An iron...
It's the solution.
A power cord. It is discharging sparks.
I have one of 6 choices. Ladder.
An iron... Ready?
Tackle it.
Whoa!
Hardest one in the game, huh, fuckers?
This Somnium is awfully dangerous.
Hey, that door. Maybe we can open that one now. Check it out.
A rusted metal door.
Whatever.
I'm going to open it.
All right. Give me the secret.
That's... Iba, return to the control room on the 3rd floor.
At once.
Give me the secret. Yeah, it's a different person. They're body swapping and killing their old body.
What the hell is going on?
Tate, what are you doing? 6 minutes are up!
Wait! Hitomi is...
Date, you can't go any longer! Force shutdown!
No!
Was I spoiled? What are you talking about? They were all the killer. Was Shoko the original one? Was it Saito?
I took a look around your head, and I discovered something. Something about the new Cyclops serial killings. Apart from Ota, there are 4 victims. Shoko Nadami, Renju Okiura.
How come they get to keep their eye after the transfer?
And So Sejima. Who was responsible for these murders? Shoko was stabbed by Renju with an ice pick. Renju was strangled to death by Iris. So cut open Iris's body. But who shot So?
That's why...
It was you. In other words, all of these murders were committed by different people.
That's why... Iris looks so guilty for Renju's murder. Because she did do it!
There wasn't just one killer. That's how it looks on the surface, anyway. But...
And that's why Renju looks so guilty for Shoko's!
There's only one culprit.
Because he did do it!
One person. And that person is...
It's you!
Yes. You. The person in front of me right now.
You're blaming the commander of Abyss for this?
Nope.
No, not Boss. The person inside Boss's head.
Can you at least try to make sense?
Alright, I'll explain. You know about the abandoned chemical plant in Kawasaki? There's a prototype sync machine there. You use that device to swap around bodies one by one.
In other words, the entire egg ends up being
From
replaced.
6 years ago!
Mind, consciousness, memory, they are traded. Switched.
I don't know where it started, but at some point, you got into Shoko's brain. Then, you got into Renju's. And got rid of Shoko's body. After Renju was Iris. You strangled Renju using Iris. After that, into So. Who you used to kill Iris and Ota at the cold storage warehouse.
But...
Now, you're in Boss's body. Inside her head.
Who's it to start?
I
and
see.
why would they
if
have
you know that
a
much,
grudge
then
against
I have nothing
Shoko?
left to hide. Yes, I am the culprit behind the new Cyclops serial killings. I guess you can call me the new Cyclops killer.
I got him! Who are you?
Saito. Saito.
I knew it! I wasn't sure, but I knew it!
Son.
It's me!
I researched Saito thoroughly.
Pure evil!
I cannot find any images of him on the internet.
But why
He
kill
is
all these
listed on
people?
the family register, but I cannot find any photographs.
Okay. I was Falco, and then I'm in Saito's body. And I'm probably Falco. And Rohan is probably in 89's body. Which is why his story's... Okay. So how did I get into this? And how did Saito... who did Saito transfer out?
Before I do, there's something I want to hear from you. How did you know about the prototype sync machine?
I don't know.
And not only that, you also seem to know what the sync machine is truly capable of. Why is that?
That's...
I don't know, actually.
Regaining your memories, are you? Human memory is fractal. If you retain even a single piece of it, it's possible to recreate the whole thing. Pieces of memories are like roots that grow into every corner of the brain, gradually, slowly, taking its time. I imagine the same thing is happening in your brain right now.
A fractal is a figure with self-similarity. Allow me to explain.
No, I know
See
what a
this?
fucking fractal is.
Whichever fragment you cut, you will see a similar shape. The whole is made up of its similar parts. This is called a fractal figure. Memories in the brain are similar. That is what he is explaining. He is claiming that from a few pieces, you can rebuild the memory.
I knew about it from regaining memory. Is that right? That's not it.
Parallel worlds exist.
That is from a different sequence of events.
That was me.
You imitate her well. From the way you talked in your body language, it was like the real Iris.
That's why her shit was so confusing.
Earlier, too. You almost had me fooled. Your imitation of Boss was perfect.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Let me define some terms first. A person's memory and sense of self. Let's call that personality. It isn't quite the right word, but it'll suffice. Now, transferring that personality into someone else's brain, let's call that parasitism. The one transferring is the parasite. The one being transferred into is the host. Are you with me so far? Moving on. Even after the personality exchange is complete, the host's memory isn't completely lost. About 1% remains in the brain.
The reason why everyone dies on the left is because on the right side path, I'm with Iris, so Saito has no chance to transfer into her, therefore doesn't kill Renju. Until later.
So, a parasite could use that 1% to imitate the language and behavior of the host. That's how I knew about the warehouse and Sunfish Pocket, by the way. Thanks to Renju and Iris.
Yeah, he also gets into a car accident.
I'm telling you, it was me. Why are you making me repeat myself?
That means the Somnium I entered on Sunday.
It's the killers.
That's right. It was me.
Which means he saw... So... He knew about the original Cyclops killer. Right. He saw Rohan.
What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm using Saito's body. 100%.
Fine. I still have time.
Time?
You'll see. So, where do you want me to start?
Just past midnight on Tuesday. Shoko was killed on Friday. If we think of that as day 1, today's day 5. What was Saito doing those days? I asked him. Day 1, Friday.
Like you guessed, my personality was in Shoko, Renju's ex-wife. That made calling Renju easy. I need to talk to you about something. He came over without question. I think it was around 4 p.m. I had him meet me at the chemical plant. I made Renju go to sleep. Synced, switched personalities.
Then killed Renju inside
and then stabbed
Shoko's
Shoko's
body.
discarded body with an ice pick. I took Shoko to Bloom Park by car, using the old abandoned subway line.
Right.
Must have been around 8 p.m. by the time.
Oh, this does explain why Iris can drive in this side of the
Shoko
timeline.
to one of the merry-go-round horses. After that, I used Renju's phone to send a Nile message to Mizuki.
Daddy got caught up in something serious.
Then, I just waited for Mizuki to arrive.
What about day 2?
Until next Saturday evening, my personality was inside Renju. My next target was Iris. I knew she would be suspicious if I asked her to come to Kawasaki, so I asked her to come to Sunfish Pocket first. I called her a little before 5 p.m., and she arrived just after 6. I greeted her, then convinced her to come with me. That's when Ota saw us. Anyway, I put her in the car, then headed to the chemical plant. On the way, I made her take a sleeping pill. I knew she might run once she saw where we were going. It was around 7 p.m.
Yeah, how'd he get into
there.
Shoko's body in the
Wasted
first
no
place is the
time
real
switching
question.
Bodies. After getting Iris's body, I used a rolled-up apron to strangle Renju to death. Then I put his body in an empty oil drum I
That was
prepared
Iris.
earlier.
That was
I
actually
put
strangled.
that in the trunk of the car, then headed to Sunfish Pocket. But then, something I didn't anticipate happened. Waiting for the signal in Akiba, someone knocked on the window of the car. It was Ota. He asked
That's
me
why
something
she
about
acted
being
so
able to
goddamn
drive.
fucking weird.
He was surprised, to say the least. I didn't have time to waste on him. But I couldn't risk him finding the oil drum in the trunk. Plus, if word got around that Renji's car was spotted driving around
She
Akiba,
grabbed the knife from his mom. Yeah.
that would foil my plans. So, I came up with a lie. I told him that I didn't have a license, so he had to keep it a secret. That's what that thing referred to in Ota's Nile messages, by the way. And just like that, I managed to escape a bad situation and headed to Sunfish Pocket as planned. The rest went exactly as you already figured out. Sunday morning, I had a recording or some such thing scheduled. Oh, I am of course referring to Iris. I didn't want to draw suspicion, so I decided to attend as planned. I went to Lemniscate and performed my job. And when I left, I ran into you, Date. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Just the previous night, I was a parasite in the body of Renju. I didn't think Ota had seen me. So, of course, I didn't expect to see you there so soon. You were on to me, but there was nothing I could do about that. If I ran, it would only increase your suspicion. So I decided to play my role. The interrogation began around 8:20 p.m., is that right? Then you synced into my mind.
I saw the factory. I saw original Cyclops killings.
But you didn't get what you were looking for, did you? As a result, you had no choice but to release me. I didn't want to go home right away. I knew there might be police waiting for me. That would make it difficult to sneak out at night. And that would put my plan in jeopardy. So I asked you to take me to Marble. I tried to find an opportunity to run, but then another unexpected event occurred. I got a Nile message from Ota. I knew I could use him. So I told him I needed his help and to meet me at Marble. He did as I instructed him to do. After that, I got into the van with Ota. But because his presence was unnecessary, I asked him to stop at a convenience store to buy me something to drink. When he was gone, I took his car and drove to my parents' house where I used to live. Yes, the Sajima residence. Of course, I knew I couldn't just walk up and ring the doorbell. Hello, Father, it's been a long time. I was also in Iris's body at the time. But I thought I could use that to my advantage. So I pushed on the intercom, and sure enough, my dad invited me inside. I told him this. I want you to come with me. There's something I need to show you. He was quiet for a while, but eventually agreed, and got into the van with me. We arrived at the prototype sync machine around 11:50 p.m. By the time I was in the body of Sosajima, it was a new day.
Right, okay.
This was yesterday, early Monday morning, past midnight. In my new body, I drugged Iris, put her in the van, and drove to a new location. Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse.
So the person
I arrived around 1, then prepared for the show for a couple hours. Of course, when I say show, I mean dismembering Iris.
But that was actually so.
Because of the temperature in the warehouse, it took longer than I expected to prepare, but... well, you saw it in the video. Of course, I didn't anticipate Ota would show up. What does that make it? 3 times that brat has showed up unexpectedly? That annoyed me to no end, and I took that out on him. Dressing him up in the polar bear was an impromptu plan on my part. I didn't mean to make you think he was the killer. I just wanted to throw a wrench into the investigation. Didn't matter if you found out or not. This all happened Monday morning. I left the warehouse around 3:30 a.m.
How'd she get boss? How'd they get boss?
There isn't much to talk about on Monday. Before noon, I used my old man's body to call this one Boss. You might not know this, but she and my father go back about
6 years!
The two shared a terrible secret. Hinting at that was enough to get the boss to come running to me immediately. I injected her with a sedative, then brought her body to the chemical plant. I synced with her, exchanged our bodies. And after blowing my father's brains out, I cut his body into pieces. I stuffed the meat into a vase I'd brought earlier, then drove back to my house.
So where's Hitomi? Spoke with grace and no sign of remorse, trying to keep my anger from boiling over, kept asking him questions. Oh, hold up. I love these reveals. It recontextualizes so much of the story, especially the left side of the timeline. As Sato body swaps with every between bodies, you realize there's so many hints to his existence. Iris' Somnium's on the right side being about Shovel Forge, but hers on the left is all about the Cyclops murders. No mention of the brain tumor on left branches, and so on. Also makes Ota and Mizuki's endings way less happy. Yeah, because Ota and Mizuki's endings have people that are body swapped but not dealt with. Also, thematically, since the left eye is the one that has to be popped in order to switch, all the timelines on the left side are the ones with body switching. Why didn't they resist after waking?
Ah, the prototype sync machine has a special feature. It administers a strong dose of sedatives to the original body, and a stimulant to the host after a sync. That kept them docile.
Yeah, left on the chart. See, the left eye is what needs to be removed for the prototype sync machine. And as soon as you diverge from here to the left, All of these include her being body swapped and creating additional murders. Why take out the eyes?
You know all about the prototype sync machine, don't you? That should explain it.
I knew. Different from the ones at Abyss. Abyss one's better. Nano cables enter through the gap between the eye and the socket, travel down the nerve to the brain. Prototype sync machine isn't so advanced. To perform a sync, you need to remove the left eye, manually. Subject and syncer gotta remove their eye from the socket, otherwise cables can't enter the brain. Of course, even with the eye removed, severing the connection to the brain isn't necessary. The extracted eyeball still has the optic nerve and blood vessels connected. After sync, the eye is supposed to be replaced. It's supposed to be safe, side effects are rare, unless the nerve or blood vessels are damaged. Replacing the eyeball isn't too tough. So why'd you take the eyes out?
Of course, I don't really care about eyes. I don't need them. All I cared about was exchanging bodies with the sync. And for that, I needed to remove the left eye.
Why didn't you just put the eyes back when you were done?
That's obvious. Once I was finished transferring into a new body, the old one was of no concern to me. Why would I bother replacing the eye? I was just going to get rid of it anyway.
Where are the eyeballs?
Shoko's is in Renju. Renju's is in Iris. Iris's is in Dad. Dad's is in Boss.
She ate them?
Their stomachs, I mean.
You sick bastard.
Yes, I ate them. Immediately after exchanging personalities.
How horrible.
Why'd you display the bodies that way? Is it for the lulz?
To harass you.
It is for the lulz!
I wanted to bring out the hatred in you. That's why I called Mizuki to Bloom Park. That's why I streamed Iris's murder. Because they were important to you, weren't they?
It's about me.
I wanted you to feel cornered, trapped.
And it's about me because I stole their body.
I wanted to punish you, Kaname Date.
So what's your motive?
Homicide is my hobby. I have a tenacity for it, what can I say? Of course, it was also necessary to make sure people kept their mouths shut. If I took over someone's body, they would know about my crimes. I couldn't risk them reporting me, so I killed them. It was also a matter of revenge. Against you. It's personal. That's why I chose people close to you as targets.
I am the common
my
denominator.
father, of course. That was personal to me. But don't ask. It's embarrassing. This series of murders was like a journey for me, you know? Traveling through bodies to finally reach the end. That's the thing about traveling. You always wind up in the same place, don't you? Where do you think that is? Your home. A trip is only complete once you return home. The same goes for me. When I return home, my travels will come to an end. So I'll be needing
wants his body back.
My body.
What?
You stole my body. You took it from me 6 years ago.
6 years ago?
That's why I want revenge.
What are you talking about?
You have no idea what it was like inside my own head. I miss it. I miss my brain, Date. No matter how many people I killed, it never worked. I never felt happy. I feel miserable.
You mean?
He was born with a brain dysfunction. Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
And that's why I have to take chemicals.
Oh, that's right. My old body. How are you finding it, Dante?
This is yours?
That's what I've been telling you!
I don't have the same oxytocin deficiency you did.
That is because I regularly supplement it. They must have increased your dosage too much.
Yeah, I picked up on that.
No, but the person who had this disorder was number 89, the original Cyclops killer.
That is what I believed as well. But we must have misunderstood. Pewter did not specify who exactly was imprisoned. Only that one of the original culprits responsible was currently in prison.
That's strange. That would mean number 89 is the previous chairman, Rohan.
Yep.
That must be it. Rohan is a parasite inside number 89's brain. Pewter must have known that.
No way.
But how did... Where did Saito go between Date and Shoko?
Let us determine the specifics using Saito as our starting point. Whose brain was he in before Boss?
So Sejima.
And before So?
Iris. And before that, Renju.
And before that, Shoko.
And before that, Shoko.
And before Shoko?
I was a parasite inside Rohan's brain 6 years ago until last year. I'd lost most of my memories. I was a shell of a man.
That's why he was...
They housed me in a special...
That's why he was brain damaged.
I still had those fragments of my mind left. Just as I explained earlier.
And then he switched and threw Shoko off the fucking top of the hospital to make it look like a suicide.
Regaining my memories.
So Shoko's been Saito for a year?
I left the hospital and immediately sought out Shoko Nadami. I got her body, and she was in Rohan's. When she saw herself in the mirror, she lost her mind. She was confused, panicking, running up the emergency staircase, and then...
That's why Rohan committed suicide.
After that, I spent a year perfecting my plan, using Shoko's body. I spied on you all this time. That's why I know everything about you.
Before Rohan.
In there, in that body you are operating right now, in that skull, my personality lived there.
Wait, hold on. If what you're saying is true, what about my personality?
It was in Rohan.
I'm not Rohan!
Correct. It is just as he explained earlier. Number 89 was in Rohan's body. In other words...
I'm Falco! I'm Iris's uncle, in Iris's brother's body. That means Hitomi's my girlfriend. Oh. Did it break? It broke. I mean, I'm gonna have to kill it. Yeah, it's crashing now. I can't save. The buttons don't do anything. Oh no, my cloud saves! No! No! All right. Let's try this again. Oh. Thanks, autosave. Oh no, she's crazy. Grayson, no sign of remorse. Trying to keep from being super pissed.
You know all about it.
Oh, it doesn't count. I gotta mash it. How could I ever mash it?
That. Of course. I don't.
Oh, thank goodness, autosave.
And for.
Why didn't you?
That's once. Why would I? I was.
Where did you eat him?
Choke. Run.
Why you eat him? You big murderer.
Dad. There's use. Yeah, me. How? Thomas, of course, if I could. It's that well. That was, but don't.
Why revenge against me?
You are a trip.
You know what? Let's make a real save. How about that?
The same when I. So I'll be. What? You that.
What are you?
No matter. I never.
Blah blah blah. I don't have the brain thing.
He was due to.
You have the brain thing.
Oh, my power. That's.
That is. They must.
No, the person.
That is, but we must.
Tons of body slapping.
That would.
That must.
Oh my god.
No.
It's confused. I didn't understand any of it.
Let us determine the specifics using Saito as our starting point. Who's
so?
And be
Iris.
Come on. Come on.
And
Come on.
And be
Come on.
I'd lost. They have, but I just as. From. I took 1 year. I left. I got and.
Okay.
When she was.
And that's the what? Red. Die. Great. Good.
That's why.
After that, using ice, that.
All right. Who were you in before Rohan?
What if what?
It was.
Yeah,
It is
yeah, right.
remembered in
Okay,
other-
89. I'm 89. Okay, we're caught up. It's very dramatic. I'm a huge murderer. I love murder. I met Hitomi. There we go. Keep talking.
Sorry, but time's up.
What do you
I
mean
want
time's
my body
up?
back. It's quite simple. Sync with me and stay inside my mind for more than 6 minutes.
And if I refuse?
I know that you won't. I know it.
Huh?
Date, look! This is streaming live!
Well, shit.
Damn you!
If you give me back my body, I will give you the location. Oh, and of course, it isn't the chemical plant in the Kawasaki.
No, that would be too easy.
Iva, where's the source?
It is being routed through numerous IPs. I cannot identify the source.
Computer, contact headquarters, now!
Got it.
Now, what will you do? Will you agree to my request?
Gotta do it.
Date!
See, I knew you wouldn't refuse. I know you well, don't I, Date?
The only way. Brian, Iva.
I did it. I did it. I'm back. I got it all back.
Hey, where's Hitomi?
All right, I'll tell you as promised. Boss's house. However, it might be too late by now.
What? Why?
Return my body and I'll tell you the location. That's what I said. I didn't lie. I kept my promise.
You bastard!
You're the one who injured that body. It's your own fault, really.
Damn it.
Hey, Iba, why don't you fry his fucking
Be
brain
seeing you.
and self-destruct and blow his head off?
Date, are you all right?
My eyesight's hazy, heap of broken images, sweat's building on my palms. Felt like my throat was closing up and I was struggling for breath. In my ears, the rushing of blood and of my heartbeat was the only sound.
Everyone's dead.
Shoko, Renju, Iris, Ota, Hitomi, Boss. Flesh remains, but the mind is lost.
I couldn't do anything. Saito had me right where he wanted me. Nothing. Nothing.
Parallel worlds exist.
Words suddenly echoed in my head. Couldn't remember who, where, or why. I thought if there really was such a world, then me in that world, I is another.
Could I have had a better future?
I prayed that I could. I felt my consciousness sink into a black abyss. That's a good old Morpho field right there, gang. Was that Saito end? Annihilation. Damn. How do I... Is it really 3 to 4 hours from now? It's a while. Hour and a half? Shouldn't take more than 2? Okay. Okay, well, what I'm going to do is take another break and take the dog out and say hi to Paige. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. See you in a bit.
Let's go.
Road.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
You're awake.
Damn it!
I don't think you can release yourself.
Well, do something about it.
What is it you expect me to do?
Come out of my eye socket and get this off of me!
I cannot.
Why not?
My body has short-circuited.
Darn.
It must have been the electric currents from earlier.
Gah.
But fortunately, my communication functions are still operational. I attempted to reach HQ and Abyss personnel for support.
And?
And?
No response.
They ignored you?
There must be pressure from the higher-ups. Likely a result of Congressman Tsujima's interference.
Who is still alive, by the way.
He thinks I'm investigating Monika's case.
That is not the only reason. So Tsujima holds a personal grudge against you. He wants you dead. That is likely why Pewter is attempting to delete my data.
Are you okay?
For now. But if they breach my final layer of ice, they will destroy me. I would cease to exist.
Hey, Rohan. in my old body.
You're Saito Tsushima.
Oh, so you figured it out.
Renju's body on the ground, without his left eye.
Hey, where's Rohan then?
You were inside Renju, weren't you? Until just now? You used the machine to exchange minds, then got rid of his body.
Close, but you're a little off. I didn't get rid of the body. He died of natural causes. But what interests me more is you. How do you know you can use the sync machine to exchange minds? The way you're talking makes me think you know why I took out his left eye.
I don't know why I know that.
The current. Did it unlock your memories? Then tell me, this body was originally...
Mine.
Mine.
That means your body...
This is your body, isn't it, Saito?
Words came out easily. Don't know why, but in a moment of harsh realization I knew. 89's body is mine and my body's Saito's.
Well, if you know that much, then this should be easy. Give me back my body.
Where's Iris and Hitomi?
Don't worry, I haven't killed them. Yet.
Yet?
The brain you are currently occupying has an interesting quirk. It releases a flood of dopamine and endorphins when it kills. I thought I'd take that brain back before killing those two. In front of you, of course.
Wow, you're pretty evil.
I haven't killed them yet. Such beautiful eyes. I was going to begin the sync, but I think I've changed my mind. I want to see you mad. But what will really set you off?
If you don't shut your mouth right now.
All right, talking it is. What should I say? Do you have any questions for me?
I have a couple. Early Wednesday morning. Shoko was killed Friday. That's day 1, which makes today day 6. For 5 days, what was he up to? What did he do every day? Oh, great. So now we can clean up the timelines. Friday! Explain what he did on Friday. Plan against Shoko. Called Renju to the factory and switched bodies. Taking Renju's body, killed Shoko, then brought the body to Bloom Park. As he explained it to me, I somehow felt that I already knew that! Didn't understand why. Felt like it was being etched into my brain. Wow, there's gonna be no explanation for that at all, is there? Other than, did you play 999? Why was Shoko's rental phone there?
Oh, right. I put that there. When I was fixing Shoko's body on the horse, her phone fell out of her clothes. I forgot that I had given her one. I didn't want to take it with me, and I didn't want to toss it away. So, I decided to push it into the mouth of the horse.
The merry-go-round horse's mouth was hollow, which allowed the phone to fall down into its body.
Day 2, Saturday.
I was still in Renju's body. My next target was Iris. If I asked her to come to the abandoned factory, I knew she would be skeptical, so I called her to Sunfish Pocket. I even video called her, but for some reason, she said no. This was around 5 p.m. I was still Renju, the president of Lemniscate.
It's because I
didn't think I would
made her promise to not go out.
Date, do you remember? Saturday evening after syncing with Mizuki. Inside the Somnium, you thought you saw Iris's body, so you called her. The time was 4:52 p.m., right before Renju called Iris. You told her.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Lock the door and stay at home.
Iris didn't accept Saito's proposition because of your warning.
I'm a
If
genius.
You did not warn her.
She might have been horribly murdered.
I decided to pick her up in Renju's car. I thought that if she saw me in person, she would trust me. However...
You got in an accident around 6:10 p.m. and lost consciousness.
So unlucky. My plans were ruined. But my ultimate goal is still achievable. So it's all good.
What about day 3?
After the accident, my body was taken to Central Hospital. I regained consciousness just past 12 a.m. Sunday. The surgery was a success, but Renju's organs were in a horrible state. But I had somewhere to be. I left the hospital, rented a car, and headed to Iris's house.
I know what happened after that. You got to the Sagan household at 2 a.m. You pushed the intercom button.
He was sweating buckets and he came up to me with this begging look in his eyes. He said, "Come with me."
You got Iris to come with you. But when you tried to bring her here...
I got scared. I pulled my hand away and ran.
Smart.
Oh, you know that too? But you're exactly right. I was planning to put her to sleep in the car, but I didn't have my drugs on me. The sleeping pills were inside Renju's crushed car. I was pushing my luck. My plan and my body were both in shambles. I'm sure the painkillers were affecting me as well. My mind was scrambled, and I couldn't think straight. I couldn't chase after her. I needed to sleep. I managed to make it back here and collapsed on the ground. Next thing I knew was the next day. I woke up around noon on Monday. Renju's body was about to expire.
So how'd you get into this body?
By Monday, Renju's body was almost completely dead. And of course, my consciousness as well. That's when I got a call from a Mr. Amanoma. The man you call Pewter.
Oh.
The boss told me that number 89 was coming.
Right.
Then Renju asked, "Is there any way we can let number 89 escape?"
Alright. So that's how.
When I heard that number 89 was coming to Abyss HQ, I came up with a plan. Iris trusts this number 89, this body. I thought I could use it to get to her. And there was another reason. I planned on eventually switching bodies with you. You and I would get our original bodies back. And after I do that, I will kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you while you're in this body. A rather nice plan if I do say so myself. That's why I asked Pewter to help number 89 escape. I wanted this body at all costs.
So what happened after you got 89 in the car?
I brought Rohan, who was inside number 89's body, to the abandoned factory. Rohan was my partner in the Cyclops serial killings 6 years ago. So naturally, we had a lot to talk about. But I didn't have much time left. Not to sound like a broken record, but Renju's body was almost done. It was completely useless at this point. So, I put Rohan to sleep and began the sync. As a result, this happened.
Renju.
It's just like I told you.
Well, that's
He
actually
died of
Rohan.
natural causes.
And then the shooting on Monday.
Just mercenaries I hired. After I woke up Monday, I arranged the hit. They were expensive, but I had access to Renju's bank account. I paid them with his money. Of course.
It's like Shoko and Renju are fucking fucks no matter what.
I didn't really need them anymore. But they had already been paid good money, so I decided to leave the arrangements as they were. And then, Pewter. I told him about Iris and hiring the assassins. I told him he could use them for whatever he needed. And he acted on his own without consulting me. I called Iris about 24 hours ago. Tuesday at 1:40 a.m., I started a video chat with Iris. Long time no see. I'm sorry to call you out of the blue like this, but I need to see you. Iris got so excited that she dropped her guard. I told her where to meet, and she agreed right away. It was all according to plan. I knew that if I looked like him, she would do anything.
I've been looking for him for 6 years.
6 years?
I see. That is why Iris left Matsushita Diner.
So the person she trusts most
is me.
You, Date. Number 89's current body was originally yours.
After Iris got into the car, I put her to sleep. I restrained her and called Hitomi.
I have your daughter. Don't call the police or she dies.
I used Iris to reel in Hitomi. And you. Thanks for being so cooperative. But you did drag your feet. I was getting tired of waiting.
So about Monica's murder.
I was only 12, but I remember it vividly. On that day, 18 years ago, I heard my dad on the phone. I'm going to see Monica. I followed him. I got into a taxi and followed my dad's car. He went to the Harbor Warehouse District.
But why?
I've only ever been happy when I was killing something. Before Monica, I would kill cats and pigeons. It was the only way I could feel happiness. The only way I could feel anything. But
Cool.
like a drug, I eventually grew a tolerance to it. Next, I'll kill a human. That's when I found out about Monica. That woman took my dad from me. And she stole all the happiness from my house. So I chose her as a target. I was born with a brain disorder. I can't secrete oxytocin from my pituitary gland. And
Wow, you're just evil, huh?
Not a real one, I mean. My mom died giving birth to me. So, naturally, my emotions toward my dad were complicated.
Just evil.
Sometimes I think, if I didn't kill Monica, would things be different? Maybe the murders 6 years ago never would have happened. Me, you, Rohan. Maybe none of us would have gotten mixed up in this. And maybe Shoko Nadami never would have gotten killed. Isn't destiny a curious thing?
Sure
One
is.
mistake can change so many lives. Sorry, I don't have anything else to say to you. And even I'm growing tired of seeing that twisted, angry face of yours. So, shall we get started? Give me my body back.
How are you gonna keep the gun? Oh, that's how.
What a strange fake eye. Oh well.
Does he not know? He doesn't know. Dude!
All right, it's ready.
Being synced.
This is the sync room. That was... Damn it, why can't I wake up? This doesn't look like footage from a surveillance camera.
I don't know if I can fight him off inside my own head, but... time to give it a shot.
What?
Oh. Fuck!
Am I being synced?
How do I fight back against this? Sealed. Fuck, the time's not going down.
The door. It won't open. Sync?
Erase it.
No good. I can't turn it off.
Knife.
What? Damn it, what is this?
Fuck.
The synchro, huh?
Move it. Did that actually use time? It did.
It's a sync machine.
Oh, this is a problem. Sync here, huh? Fuck.
Again. Door? What is this? This wasn't here before.
I gotta find Saito in my own head and beat him up. And just beat on him. Just hit him.
This is...
Shit.
Help me! Help me!
Can I figure out where they are by looking into his head at the same time?
Blood. The picture.
Where are they?
Blood.
Scoop it up.
Blood. Damn. Oh, this...
It's my eye. Yeah, that's him dying of natural causes. Smash that fucking mirror.
You're... I can't. I just can't do it. You're...
Fuck you.
Damn, nothing. You're... I touched it, but nothing happened. You're...
Alright.
It's just a mirror. Damn it!
Well, shit.
That's it. Just a little more.
Man, fuck this prick.
I'm sinking.
Don't sink.
I can't stop it.
Shit. I don't know what to do. I don't know how we're gonna get out of this one, boys. Got ourselves in a dilly of a pickle.
What do I do? What is this?
Well, shit.
That was...
That was the first sink way back 6 years ago.
I did it! I did it! Oh, this feeling! I'm back. I got it all back! This fake eye is awful. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing.
Good.
I think I'll keep it.
Great. You do that, buddy.
This prototype machine has a special function. The body I am transferring my consciousness into will receive a stimulant. The other body receives a sedative.
Oh, great.
You'll be feeling it soon. Like I told you earlier, my plan is to kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you. So I can't be killing you right away. You will watch them die, and then you will follow in their footsteps. You should be honored.
Alright, but you should really blow up right now. Vision's getting hazy, consciousness melting away, clarity fading. I don't know what happened. I only watched as it unfolded in front of me. It left me dumbfounded. It was a fragment of my memory, lost all those years ago. A piece of my past buried deep in my subconscious.
Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win! Yay! Now you have to take the penalty. Up, side to side, up, down, pinch.
Iris, remember when you asked me what your stage name should be? How about A-Set?
I came up with A-Set. It was me! This is when I taught Iris about her name. Greek and Egyptian myth, too.
A-Set. It's pretty. I love it.
You see that flower over there? It's a very special flower that blooms in the cold. A winter iris. Just like the iris from Greek mythology.
She's the messenger goddess. And the goddess of rainbows, too.
That's right. That's why the iris means good news and hope.
Is Ota really my fault? Is that what we're doing now?
Hey, Uncle. You met Mommy at this shrine, right? When am I gonna hear good news from you two?
That's cute.
What?
When will Uncle be my dad?
Oh. That's cute.
The Okonomiyaki War.
Iris drew it. She must have really enjoyed herself. She even said that she wanted to do it again soon.
Yeah, we should. We'll do it whenever she likes. Maybe even every day.
Oh, you. Every day?
Every day.
Hitomi, do you want to live together? The three of us?
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
People are going to talk.
Let them talk.
I don't care about that one bit.
Well then, hypothetically, what if Iris and I were being hunted down by a secret organization?
Well, I'd defend you, of course.
Good, because
What
they're
if
about to
they're
kick in the fucking door.
Zombies?
Remember when we went to that haunted house and you were clinging to my arm?
Because it was dark and it came out of nowhere. But fine. I don't care if it's zombies or aliens or whatever else. I will defend you and Iris with my life.
Thank you. Well then, my answer is yes.
Aww.
So, you want to go clean?
Yep.
Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing. One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major. This woman and her daughter. I need you to dispose of them. Should be simple, no?
Not quite.
This is...
Now I get it. Understand why Rohan wanted these two dead. He figured it out. So Sejima asked Rohan to take Monika's corpse deep in the mountains where nobody would find it. Found out that Hitomi knew about it. He also found out that Monika had given birth. Media got hold of it, Sejima would be ruined. That info would no doubt lead to discovering Monika's murder. So Saito, whoopsie. So and Saito would be arrested. It would go straight to Rohan. Rohan never told So about Hitomi and Iris. Don't know why not. Maybe he didn't care. Played it close to the chest, need to know. There'd be no loose ends. That's why he hired the assassin Falco, meaning me, to kill Hitomi and Iris.
You got it. I want you on this right away. If you could do it in 2, maybe 3 days, that would be great. Good luck.
Of course, I'm not gonna do that. If I didn't kill them, somebody else would. Was sure of it. Needed a plan. How could I get out of the organization and keep them safe? Couldn't think of anything. I didn't know what to do and needed advice from an old friend.
I see. I hear some pretty crazy confessions in my line of work, but this one takes the cake.
Hey, boss.
But don't worry, all right? You could have told me you were being attacked by Martians and I still would have believed you.
Truth is, boss and I were in the same rookie class in our 20s. Been close ever since.
So, can you help me?
I do have one idea.
Huh?
Have you heard of the new investigation department, Abyss? I was put in command there.
Should you explain all that bullshit?
The sync machine is normally used to look inside someone's head, but it does have another function. You can technically use it to swap bodies.
Swap bodies?
Right. So if we use that...
What do you mean?
I mean, switch bodies with Rohan. The new you will be Rohan, chairman of the Kumakuras.
Call it off.
Then you can send out an order. No one lays a finger on Hitomi and Iris.
What about Rohan? Won't he be in my body?
Just get rid of it, I guess.
Get rid of it?
Just kill yourself.
You can take this opportunity to get rid of Falco once and for all. No one will know what really happened. No one will ever find out that a police officer was moonlighting as an assassin. It's 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
Made a good point. I had no reservations about giving up my body. It soaked so much blood over the years, I was almost glad to be rid of it. Didn't have a single regret. Body switch, I couldn't show myself to Hitomi or Iris. I'd never be able to see them again. I didn't care, as long as they were safe.
All right. Leave everything to me. Hayato Yagyu.
Well, there's your real name.
Boss, how did you bring in Rohan Kumakura?
I made up some charges and had the cops take him in.
Don't worry about it.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
It's fine.
Because he's about to switch bodies.
Alright. Rohan has been put to sleep. He will not be waking up for a while.
Remember, to get your consciousness to fully transfer.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Stay in Somnium for more than 6 minutes. Right.
We're counting on you.
Let us begin. 3, 2, 1.
That's what he saw. He saw this new Cyclops. He saw the Cyclops serial killings. When he looked into Rohan's Somnium.
Stop! Please. Help me. Help me.
You're...
It's... me?
Rohan?
Did you forget your own idea?
Yeah.
Does that mean...
I'm Hayato Yagyu. The switch worked. And there's been a breakthrough in the case.
I know. You don't have to say it.
Regarding the Cyclops serial killings, right?
How did you know?
We can monitor what happens in the
Oh,
Somnium
and this
from
is how they
room.
caught Saito. This fucking stupid side plan ended up catching Saito. There wasn't just one Cyclops, there were two. One was Rohan, the other was Saito. Sync revealed everything.
We should ask him about it.
That's why how they caught the Cyclops serial killer so secret, because they
Good idea.
found out during this bullshit.
When Rohan wakes up, we'll interrogate him. Huh? What? Pewter, where is he?
How would I know?
This is bad.
How? Doesn't this fucking area only have one
Hey,
door?
which way did Rohan go?
Huh? Rohan's standing right there.
No, this isn't Rohan.
Yagyu, where is Yagyu? Where did he go?
Oh, him. He just left.
What?
Why didn't you stop him?
What do you mean? He's a detective. He said he wanted to leave, so I opened the door. Did
Wow, you
I
guys
do
are
something wrong?
you guys are morons.
No, don't tell me.
And now he knows where Iris and Hitomi are because of the sink. Which is why he ran there to shoot Falco, but accidentally hit Hitomi and ruined her arm.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here at this hour? Oh, stop. You're always flattering me. Anyway, come on in. I'll make us some tea.
You bastard!
No! Stop!
No.
Stop right there!
Oops, you caught me. Long, complicated surgery, but she survived. Came at a price. She was left with a permanent injury. She lost all use of her right hand, thanks to the bullet I fired from my own gun. Said nothing, got up and left the hospital, and I left all my memories with her. That night, I visited the building and called them together.
Everyone, listen up.
I'm quitting.
Hitomi Sagan and her daughter Iris are untouchable from this day forward.
And
If
that's
any of you lay
how...
a single finger on them.
That's how Momo
You don't
found
wanna know
out
what'll happen
about
to you.
A-Set.
Are we clear? Yes, sir.
That's how he became an A-Set fan. Went to So's mansion by boss's request.
Meet with Saito. Figure out the truth behind the Cyclops murders. As long as you're like that, I think he'll be more open with you.
Went to the residence. When I got there, said I want to meet Saito. Gate opened up and Saito welcomed me in. And we were like, boy, I sure love murder. Boy, do you love murder too?
Talk about.
Oh boy, I sure do love murder.
That was your idea. I don't understand why you're asking me.
My idea, was it?
Yes. You told me that you suffer from hemispatial neglect. That you can't recognize the right half of your vision. You always eat the left half of your meals and all that. The same is true of the faces of those you've killed. You can't recognize faces out of your right eye. Which means you can only see the right half of their faces. And that's why you pull their right eye. That's what you told me anyway.
About Saito and Rohan.
How long has it been since we last met?
That's an odd question.
Humor me.
The first time we met was when I killed Monica. And my father asked you to deal with the body. But we didn't so much as see each other.
How is he not being like, are you fucking wearing a wire, dude?
What was the next time we met?
About half a year ago.
And what did I tell you then?
You don't remember?
Remind me.
I remember you showed up rather suddenly. You really want to kill people? I'll find you targets. Just let me keep the eyes. Then we both get what we want. We'll make good partners.
And the next target,
Do you have someone in mind?
Let me think. What'll it be? The fifth murder? The fifth Cyclops killer victim?
Hold on. Could you not refer to us like that?
Why not?
I told you, it's very old-fashioned.
But that's our name.
A name you decided. You even sent that letter without my permission.
Really?
You said it would throw off their investigation. I don't know how effective it was.
So there's no relation to Greek mythology?
What? Don't ask me. You're the one who came up with it.
Hey, dude, you gotta come with me
Hey,
for
Saito,
no reason.
Would you come with me for a bit?
Where are we going?
There's a place I want to take you.
Really? Is it perhaps the police station?
Yeah. Suddenly, bodyguards rushed out. They surrounded me before I could react. Okay, so he's not that stupid.
What are you doing?
You aren't the real Rohan Kumakura.
What?
I could tell as soon as you opened your mouth. Let's get a change of scenery. Fortunately for you, I am interested in hearing you talk. Mr. Kumakura showed me this place. So it's fitting that this is where you die. What a wonderful feeling. The truth serum is working beautifully. Wow. I see. I see. You got into that body with the sync machine. Fascinating. I'm intrigued. I want to see it for myself. The prototype sync machine. Where is it? Chiba? You there. Why don't you go and fetch it for me? Don't worry. I'll pay whatever it costs.
And that's how that happened.
Well, it looks like preparations are complete. Let's say you and I get started.
Wait, why would... Oh, he didn't know!
All right, let's go.
He didn't know if he stayed for more than 6 minutes that they would swap. I'm out of here, see you, idiots.
What are you doing? Follow him!
Memories after that were fucking confused, forcibly disconnected during the sync. Saito's mind overwhelmed me, only my consciousness was sent over. My memories were left behind in my original brain. Thought I might have some of Saito's memories to cling to, but I never picked them up. Maybe because they weren't mine to hold. Felt like reality was disappearing. I was confused and lost. Suffering a permanent hallucination. Could barely feel my feet beneath me walking under the city lights. When I gained my faculties, I found I was on Gold Yokocho. My wandering with no destination was interrupted by a lady.
You're... Saito Sejima? I guess not.
Huh?
Sorry, I just had a feeling. I heard that the prototype machine was stolen, so... we lost communication for a whole week.
Who are you?
Just as I thought. You've lost your memory. All right. From now on, think of me as your boss.
Boss?
That's right. That's what you'll call me.
Aww.
Come with me. To where you belong. I managed to make a new family register for you. From today on, you have a new name and a new life. As a member of Abyss, the team I run.
You want me to be a police officer?
You were a policeman before, remember?
Not really.
You've already passed the exams. There shouldn't be a problem.
But the new me didn't pass.
That's fine, trust me. It won't be a problem. That congressman knows how to pull strings.
Who?
No one, never mind.
So what's my new name?
Oh.
Kaname Date. I hope you like it.
Kaname Date.
Yep. Nice to meet you, Date.
1 year later, called into the control room. Pewter had something for me.
The official title is AI Ball. You may call her Iva. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
How are you feeling?
Like
Your
shit.
head clearing up? I've been waiting. I really want you to enjoy this show. I need you to see it clearly. Awake. Looking at it.
Counterattack. Saido's off guard. Might be able to make a move. Tried to sweep his feet, but then...
You have a choice. Iris and Hitomi. Die before these two or after. I would of course prefer that you choose the latter. It would be quite a lonely affair with no one watching. So, what do you want to do? I'll give you to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Lit!
No, wait!
Damn.
Thanks, Moma.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you really Date?
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Someone called Iba told me about it.
Aw, thanks, buddy.
It's weird. It was kind of like eavesdropping.
Iba?
Where is she? I don't see her anywhere.
Inside his left eye socket.
What's wrong? Sorry, but bastard got me. Take this.
Will do.
Do it! Tessa and her mom are in danger, right? Please, save them.
All right, let's go. Time to shoot that motherfucker.
Iris!
Date, do you like fireworks?
They're all right.
I love them.
brilliant, glimmering fragment of time. The flash begins as a perfectly ordered chemical reaction that melts into chaos. Human lives are the same, are they not? As is the universe itself.
Damn it! I can't get him in my sights. And I can't get any help from Aiba.
Blooming, scattering in the moment. And it's only a single moment, isn't it? A unique moment that you can never revisit. That's what makes life beautiful. Don't you think so?
Should I just risk it? But if I miss, I'll hit Iris.
But I've spoken enough. It's showtime. I will show you the most beautiful fireworks you've ever seen. The scattering of the cerebral plasma, the splattering blood. It's art. Perfect, beautiful art of a lonely moment in time.
Boy, you got a problem.
I want this to burn into your retinas. Well, the one you have left.
Damn it! What do I do? What do I do?
Thank you for the flashback. Yeah! Yeah!
Mizuki!
You bastard! What do you think you're doing to Iris?
Yeah!
Tessa! I'm here to help!
Wait, Mizuki!
Ooh. Beat your own ass! Fuck yeah! Holy shit!
Did you find him?
No! I can't find him anywhere!
Where the hell is he?
When did you get here?
Some girl named Aiba told me to come. I heard everything.
About the mind swapping, too. I heard it, too. From Saito. Huko. It's really you, right?
Sorry, gals, it's a little complicated out here.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go save my mom. I'm fine. This is nothing. Stop worrying about me and go get that guy.
Fair enough. Sheen.
I heard
Stairs?
footsteps earlier. Like someone going up the stairs.
To the top floor!
There they are.
Date!
Hitomi? Hitomi!
Sprinted as fast as I could, rushing up the stairs. I got to the top, sight I'll never forget greeted my eye.
Damn it!
Mom! Iris!
It seems I have an even bigger audience now. That's fine. Having more spectators will be a treat for us all. You all want to see, don't you? The fireworks?
He's gonna shoot his own fucking arm holding her like that.
So you don't want to see the fireworks? Fine. Let's do this then. Date, drop your weapon. I promise I'll put the fireworks on hold. I'll even release this woman.
He's lying, Date!
He is obviously lying.
Throw down your gun, Date. Ah, I see. You don't intend to take me up on my generous proposal?
Date.
You want to shoot me, is that it?
Yeah.
Do it. But you only get one shot. You have to kill me with one bullet. If you don't, the fireworks show will begin in earnest. And I will blow this woman's brains into the sky. What will it be, Tate? What will you do?
Nah.
Well done. However, you aren't out of the woods yet. You have to throw your gun down, remember? You have 1 minute. If that weapon is still in your hands, I'll start the fireworks. And one more thing. If any of you move, I'll skip down to 0. Let's begin. Ready? 59. 58.
Date, look! It's that girl I told you about!
Aiba.
Date, I do not have much time. Listen carefully. As I mentioned previously, I cannot escape this body.
Right.
The surge of electricity shorted out my circuits.
You should blow up,
I cannot
Aiba.
administer a paralyzing electric shock either. However, there is another option.
Huh?
Self-destruct.
Oh yeah. Pop his head like a fucking melon.
Let us determine a code number. Command 41205. If you issue this command, I will detonate.
No, that's still too dangerous. The number will be the first lock. If I give you the second command within 1 minute of the first...
What is the second command?
How about if I tell a lie?
A lie?
Yeah, a lie.
Something that's not the truth. If I say something untrue, I want you to regard it as the second command.
Is your data stored in the cloud?
Unfortunately, that data has all been deleted.
Damn it!
Speaking to you using only local data.
Then, if your body is destroyed...
Correct. I will be destroyed as well.
10, 9,
Say it, Date.
6, 5,
Date, command!
2, 1.
Do it, you pussy. Do it, pussy no balls.
You are even more of an idiot than I thought. Do I look like the kind of man who keeps his promises?
Not really.
Now you get to see 5 fireworks. If you didn't drop your gun, it would have only been 1. You understand? After I dispose of this woman, I will pop their heads as well. I can't believe you did that. Fortunately for you, you won't have long to regret it. Yes. Yes. The burning in your eye. I see it now. Watch. Eyes open.
You too, buddy.
Watch this woman die. See her brain burn like fireworks.
Aiba, can you hear me?
Yes,
We don't have a choice.
I know.
41205.
Command 41205.
Okay, Date.
I...
He's gonna say, I won't miss you. I don't love you.
I hate you, Aiba. I hate you. and I never want to see you again.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
Be seeing you.
No, you won't. Oh! I didn't think it was gonna be that big. We got him. We got him, gang.
Has Iba always been in your left eye?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you'd be jealous.
Huh?
Thank you so much, Uncle.
No, don't thank me. Thank my partner.
Mr. Falco. It is you, Falco. Right?
Yeah. Hey, we gotta get these people to a hospital.
You shouldn't call me that. I am Kaname Date, MPD, Special Investigation Team Abyss. Sinker.
Well, as far as fatalities go, that was definitely on the lower end. Everybody I care about lived. Except for Ota. It's a shame how he died in that gunfight. Just a damn shame. Three months later.
Uncle, your left eye.
Oh, this? It's just a prosthetic. It doesn't bother me.
Oh, good.
Do you like the new me?
The way you are now is more familiar for me anyway, so... My old uncle is back, you know? Besides, I don't care what you look like. You're always uncle to me. Isn't that how it should be? To judge by our hearts and not by our appearance?
So I'm really that ugly, huh?
No. It's a rugged kind of handsome.
No, thanks. Offering box.
You know, if we had some fishing line and gum...
I never thought you'd be an offering box thief.
No, you've got it all wrong. I swallowed a goldfish. I'm trying to get it out by swallowing some fishing line.
Are you sure your brain is fully recovered?
3. Izuki knocked one of these over.
What? Huh.
Looked around, but no one was there.
Is something wrong?
No, I just felt like I heard someone talking.
What?
Chozuya.
Oh man, Uncle, have you heard this story? A long time ago when I came to this shrine with Mizuki, she started washing out her belly button in the Chozuya. Someone told her that's what you do.
Huh, is that right?
That's fucking stupid. Who would tell her that? That's fucking dumb. So how are you anyway?
As you can see, I'm great. Hop hop, kangaroo goes hop.
I'm glad the surgery went well.
Yeah. The nanomachines went pew pew and bzz bzz and got rid of all the tumors.
Hooray!
At least, that's what I think they sound like. I don't know, they're small. Anyway, everything is fine now. The doctor even said I can dance again.
That's the most important thing.
to the boss. She paid for the treatment. Can you believe it?
Oh, actually, it's not exactly true. Boss didn't pay out of her pocket. It was a confidential transfer from the main office. Iris knows everything about all these killings now. Not just her. Hitomi, Mizuki, Ota, Momo, they all know. Higher-ups are willing to do anything to keep it shut. Here's your fucking treatment.
Maybe I owe it to the shrine. I feel like I ate the fruit of immortality.
A little bit.
In a dream somewhere.
Kinda did.
Then I guess you're immortal, huh?
We'll see 50 years from now.
So why'd you want to come here anyway?
Because of the memories. I wanted to come here with Uncle again.
Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Had it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win! Yay!
By the way, I still don't have the answer to my question.
What question?
Oh.
When am I gonna hear good news from you two?
Right.
When will Uncle be my dad?
Turned away without answering. Stared out into the distance and something caught my eye. Winter irises in full bloom.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, we still have a lot of people to see.
Yesterday, she was discharged from the hospital. Said she wanted to see everybody who visited her. She's a little embarrassed to go by herself, so I promised I'd take her.
We also have to get home. Shovel Forge.
If you try it, I'm leaving.
I'm kidding. But we do have a date, don't we? The date we had 3 months ago isn't over yet. So let's go!
Oh, Jesus Christ! Somebody was like, I hope
glad you finally
Pat
got out
clicks
of that
on everything in the background. You guys go to fucking hell. About Iva, she okay?
Still thinking about her, huh?
No, not exactly.
Well, doesn't surprise me. You two were great partners.
We sure were.
I want to ask you something. 3 months ago, when we exchanged our final words, it looked like I do now. I wasn't in Date's body, but Iba still obeyed me.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
You're underestimating the Wadjet system. Iba was no ordinary AI.
Of course.
She was human in so many ways, including the ability to see and think beyond the physical. She didn't need your voice or iris authentication or anything.
She also saw you get body swapped.
She knew the real you and regarded you as her master. That's why she followed your command, despite looking completely different. I think maybe she knew your soul, Date.
Let's just say, just in case. Just in case. Hey, also, let's look at the chart. Wow, look at that shit. That chart's a lie. So how are you?
Why are you asking? You see me every day.
Are you gonna go to the club later?
Interested? But you're still a bit too young. I'll take you when you're older. Promise.
So about 6
Boss, I
years
gotta
ago.
ask, why didn't you tell me about what happened 6 years ago?
Well, when Shoko's corpse was found, I didn't think it had anything to do with the Cyclops killer.
Really?
I thought the culprit was Rohan Kumakura, remember? And he committed suicide a year before. I never thought that he was swapping bodies. And the other person responsible for the original Cyclops serial killings was...
No, I've never checked out the files I've unlocked over the course of the game.
For Saito or Rohan to be involved. So, I didn't tell you. Besides, the sync machine being used to swap bodies is a national secret. I was ordered to never reveal that information to anyone under any circumstances.
So that's why you kept me in the dark?
Yeah.
Still stupid, though.
By the way, Date, I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Close your eyes.
Did as I was told. Suddenly.
Don't worry, it's just some knockout gas.
What?
You're going to experience something incredible. That's my present to you.
Why?
Shh. Sweet dreams, Date.
This is the sync room. Pewter?
What the fuck is happening?
I did not. But I did use the sync chair.
For what?
Something.
Where's Iris?
Don't worry. She's with the boss. She's safe.
Why are you here? What is happening?
Am I not allowed to be here?
Of course not. You should have been arrested 3 months ago.
Peter's working with Renju, or perhaps Saito, who's leaking information. He also helped Rohan. Peter was punished and fired.
Yes, I was arrested. I'm eating awful meals every awful day in an equally awful detention facility.
Then how are you here?
I wonder.
Don't act dumb.
Date, it's okay. Boss brought him here.
She did? Why?
She told us not to tell you.
Huh?
Anyway, I'm sort of like his handler now. I'm supposed to be an inspector, but I was the only person qualified for this job. Kind of pathetic, isn't it?
A little bit. So why am I here, bro?
Everything that the boss did, she did for you. Ask her about it. She truly cares about you, you know. That's why she kept silent about what happened 6 years ago.
Huh?
You were once an assassin. If your secret ever got out, your life would be effectively over. But the boss protected you by hiding your past. I don't think she wanted you to leave her alone. Now, who is she to you? Anyway, now that this is done, I'll excuse myself.
Okay.
Iris, what happened to Boss?
She went home. She said she needed to do something in Kabukicho.
She left?
Anyway, forget about that. Let's play!
Play.
Shovel Forge.
What the fuck is happening? Hey, shit. Dad, not really?
I see your face has improved. This one doesn't make me so angry.
Yeah, It's not his son's face, I guess. I don't know who told him, but he must know about this stupid
What
shit.
did he come here for?
I want to ask you something.
Would you like to suck my dick?
That's a strange question to ask a man in his own home.
I just thought prison would suit you better.
Don't you know the law? No one can touch me.
Even though we both know you committed a crime.
Indeed. 18 years ago. And I was not the one who killed Monica Iwai. That was my son, Saito.
But you hired the Kumakuras to hide the body.
Yeah, well, the statute on that very likely ran out.
The statute of limitations for improper handling of a corpse is 3 years. I did what I did to protect my son. I hardly think that is a sin.
It caused like 7 additional murders.
Penal Code. Relatives of those who have committed crimes cannot be prosecuted for evidence tampering or obstruction of justice.
Wait, what? That's a bunch of bullshit!
That's ridiculous.
I agree. If I were still a congressman, I might think about changing it.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore. The media has already begun tearing you to pieces.
Yes. Soon I won't be able to live in this country anymore. I'll retire to an island somewhere and live the rest of my days in leisure.
Be careful, so. There are a lot of people out there who have a grudge against you. People who will follow you to the ends of the earth.
That's none of your concern. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
So why did you call Shoko's phone? Still called her burner phone. Yeah.
Do you recall the conversation we had? That my secretary got a call from number 89?
Right.
That is true. I did get that call.
I know. You spoke with number 89, didn't you?
I did.
What did you talk about?
He told me this. A woman named Shoko Nadami knows what happened 18 years ago. Contact her.
And you called her phone?
Yes.
So why did 89 want you to contact
I can't
Shoko?
say exactly. The only thing he said was, I realized everything when Shoko arrived. I have to see her again.
Oh.
I had no idea what
Scared the
she was
shit.
talking about.
Oh my god. Elmo. Oh god, is he gonna run by the camera? Please, Lord. Elmo, pee-pee. Come here. Elmo's caught in a fucking grocery. No, we gotta take that off him. Oh god. Elmo got stuck inside a grocery bag and was just wandering down the hallway with a little grocery bag on his back. No idea what he's talking about. The time Rohan was in the 89. Maybe Rohan realized it when Shoko came to visit the prison. It was Saito inside Shoko's body. That's what he meant by realized everything. Rohan needed to speak with Saito again, but he couldn't now from inside the prison. Instead, he called up So and had him do it. Maybe he thought he could get Saito to visit again. About the chemical plant 8 years ago.
I've been studying for the past 3 months. I've learned a lot about the explosion of the chemical plant in Kawasaki. It was caused by you and Rohan, the chairman of the Kumakuras at the time.
What?
As you know, my son Saito was abnormal. With all of the awful things that my son did. I used my money to cover it up. But that got increasingly expensive, you see. One day, 9 years ago, Saito called me.
Dad, I thought of a plan. A foolproof plan to make us rich.
Foolproof.
The chemical plant explosion plan. To help ensure that the casino in Kabasaki would be extraordinarily profitable.
It was Saito's idea.
True. My son was born with an abnormal mind. But if I had never been involved with Monica in the first place, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up losing control completely.
Ha! Do I really have to see this again? No, it's my boss, Sengi. No! No!
As soon as he drove his knife into Monica, something
No, it's
awakened
mine.
in him.
Get away.
In the end, that's what led to his destructive, violent plan.
You sound like you're blaming yourself.
Perhaps.
Get away. I love you. I love him. Why don't you look for Saito? Why didn't you look for him? Hey, Paige! We found something that drives the chat the craziest.
Yeah.
I'm just eating this raw pasta and people are just losing their mind, calling me a complete piece of shit.
Awesome.
Yum, yum, yum. Raw spaghetti. It's delicious. What are you talking about? You turned it up the other day.
Oh, are you happy with brightness?
Yes. Yum, yum, yum. Chew the pasta. Crunchy. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, he didn't give a shit.
Because of the woman you call boss. 6 years ago, she came to me and explained the whole thing.
You know about the Cyclops serial killings? The culprit is your son, Saito Sejima.
Oh no!
But you already knew that, didn't you?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying we should make a deal. You give me one thing, and I promise none of this will be released to the public.
What is it?
Leave Saito with us. Tell anyone who asks that Saito is soul-searching on a trip around the world or something. Do we have a deal?
I didn't have much of a choice, of course.
Yeah, because you're a piece of shit.
If I refused, Saito's crimes would be exposed and my political career would be over. Besides, I never held much love for him in the first place.
Was it because he was an evil murderer?
Practically doing me a favor. So, of course, I said yes. And in doing so, I was able to learn a secret of the Metropolitan Police Department. It worked quite nicely for me.
Oh, you suck ass, bro. Oh, Rock's the wrong button. Did you ever meet 89 at all?
Did you ever meet number 89?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see his face?
No. Why?
No reason.
That's pretty funny.
Well, I'll be seeing you so.
Bye-bye.
I very much doubt that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Alright about that, saying goodbye.
Oh, damn. I left Iris waiting. She might be angry. I gotta get back to her soon.
Where should we go next?
Iris, didn't you say you were going to see everyone who visited you at the hospital today?
Yes, Mom. I still have some people to see. But Uncle really wanted to come here.
I said no such thing.
Come on, don't be shy. There are a lot of things you want to talk about, right? Come on, just do it.
I'm not ready. Of course I want to talk to Tommy. Ask about what's happened. That's not for me to ask. Even showing up here isn't right.
Uncle, you're so shy.
Iris is teasing me. Maybe I could use that. She can get me loose up them rusted screws.
Who cares about me? Talk to her.
Oh, I'm
That's what you're here
embarrassed.
for, right?
No. Shoebox.
You don't change. I caught you 6 years ago doing the same thing.
What the fuck?
Ah, you saw that.
That's embarrassing.
Thank you. This is all thanks to you, Falco.
No, I didn't do anything. Also, that name.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Date. I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart.
So about how you been things doing?
Things have calmed down, thanks to you. The school has changed, but being a teacher hasn't.
About Monica and Renju,
They were my best friends.
yeah, they're dead. They're fucking dead as shit.
We would always go to this little coffee shop after school. They had this old game machine there. It looked like a table, and it was about shooting invading aliens or something like that. We talked about all sorts of things sitting there. Our love lives, our potential careers, things we didn't like about our teachers. It was their idea that I become a teacher, you know? They told me that teaching elementary suited me perfectly. Those were such fun times.
About your arm, I'm sorry I shot you. It was me, it was my fault.
No! Stop!
Sam, she must have noticed my
If
face.
this is about my arm, don't worry about that. You tried to defend me. I know that.
They know everything
You're
that's happened.
too nice, Mom. I will never forgive you. You have to take responsibility.
Iris.
No, let me talk.
Damn.
Uncle will be your right arm.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how he can make it up to you. Maybe not now. It might take some time, but I'll be waiting. One day, Uncle will stand on Mom's right side, and we can go wherever we want. The three of us. To the ocean, a river, an amusement park, barbecues, and we can make okonomiyaki.
Of course. Just like in our stupid, stupid memory.
Where's that hot plate I bought?
On the shelf.
And I'm gonna need a raincoat.
Hey, that's cheating!
You're planning on being covered in flour?
Of course, that's why it's fun.
6 years ago, I was a dirtbag. Nothing I could do to make them crimes disappear. If I protect them, maybe it might be okay. Ugh. Oh, hey, hey! She won't even look at me. We're both stubborn. Neither of us wants to apologize. Yo!
Yo!
Ignored. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to fight me?
No. Hey, girl.
Excuse me?
You might not remember, but 3 months ago, I called to ask you about Renju, and you told me about Sunfish Pocket. You really helped me out. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever.
Well, thanks anyway, boobs.
You want to go to a Tommy with me?
But Tommy, why?
Well...
I see.
Hello. How are you?
Creepy old man.
Nothing, huh?
Plan.
Uncle, look! It's a Thyreocephalus orthodoxus!
You too? How do you know this stuff?
Mizuki is mad, understandably. He asked Mizuki why she's here.
Uncle wants to know why you're here. No particular reason. Am I not allowed to be here?
Oh.
I inherited Daddy's stock at Lemniscape. This is my company now.
Oh,
Isn't it
shit.
natural that I be here? That's what she said.
He asked if she's graduating.
Uncle wants to know if you're going to graduate soon. So what if I am? Just buy me a new junior high uniform. And hire a tutor. I want to go to a good school. And a new smartphone. And a new iron pipe.
New
That's
pipe.
what she said.
How's she been?
Uncle wants to know how you've been lately. You don't know? Even though we live together? Of course you don't know.
Hey, Paige. When you ask chat how long the game is, they lie.
Yeah?
They fucking lie. They trap me into a fucking epilogue at 10 p.m.
Because
I
we
fucking
barely
don't
talk.
know. Yeah, I know. I fucking know.
Even after you've officially adopted me, you don't have any sense of responsibility. That's what she said.
What's that? No, it's 9:41, but still.
Can you cut this out already? What happened?
Breakfast this morning. I made the eggs over easy.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not so bad.
No, that's not it. I made the eggs over easy, and then Dante...
How can I eat eggs like that? I want my eggs over well. Burned to the pan on the bottom and chewy on top.
Jesus.
Why don't you just eat an eraser?
An eraser would taste better than what you served.
You shouldn't say that about Mizuki's cooking. That's mean. You're in the wrong here, Uncle. Why don't you be honest and apologize?
Mizuki is the one who should be honest. I'm like her hero.
What?
When I was in the hospital, you were crying like a baby. Oh, I can't live without Dante. That's what you said.
That is true.
And you were never in the hospital.
Yes, I was. Was I not?
What? And what was that memory?
Anyway, why don't you just make up already?
If Dante keeps his promise, I will.
Oh, wrong timeline.
The stew? You said you would take me.
Oh, that. Yeah, not yet. Okay, fine. Soon, okay?
You promise?
Promise.
Good.
Orthogenic
Glad you two are being
fields.
civil
It's true.
again.
Anyway, should we head out, Iris?
Yeah. All right, Mizuki. See you soon.
See you.
Once I do all of these, am I done? So I'll fight all of you.
I am seriously so happy for you, Tessa.
It's thanks to you, Ota. If you didn't help me back then.
No,
Really?
really, I didn't do much. I just risked my life to save you.
Really?
It's a total exaggeration to say that I'm literally responsible for, you know, saving your life.
Oda's still Oda. How you been, shithead?
I've been doing good.
Fuck you.
I'm delivering newspapers in the mornings, working as a janitor during the day, and writing at night. I might just be the hardest working 20-something in Japan.
I don't know about that.
You're a piece of fucking garbage, Oda.
Really, though? I've got to be, like, in the top 3 in Tokyo alone.
Thought of kicking his ass, but I don't think it would take. Shadows.
Shadows.
Thread, silhouette, ASAP.
Fears.
Upset, regret, ASAP.
Water.
Wet,
Wet,
sweat,
sweat,
ASAP.
ASAP, you bet! I can't believe you remember that, Uncle. I'm so happy.
I said most of it.
Glad you're okay, you little piece of shit.
I'm actually exhausted right now. But I can't look tired in front of Tessa. Anyway, how are you?
I guess I'm alright.
Your left eye,
It's fake. I can't see anything out of it. And it doesn't talk.
Huh? I see. So, Aiba? What a tragedy.
Yeah. Fuck you, you little piece of shit. Ugh.
Tragedy?
Yeah. She was so cute. What a waste.
That's why.
If she were real, I would marry her.
You would not survive the attempt.
What do you mean?
I hate this kid so
what are you
much.
seeing? In front of Iris?
Oh, Tessa, I was kidding. It was a joke.
It's fine, I don't care.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, why would
I
she
don't
care?
think that's what she means.
Goodbye, Ota.
Well, Ota.
I hope you die in a car accident
you're
between
going
this and the
already?
next game.
I can see you anytime I want, right? At Matsushita Diner?
You'll come?
Yeah, I want you to make me your omelet rice again.
Awesome. Stop by any time. I'll be waiting.
How about you?
Ota told me. Plastic surgery, right?
Pretty much.
I kind of like this face. More than the other one.
You're good at your job.
Please come again.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. To the diner!
Oh, Tessa, your surgery went well, didn't it? Ota told me all about it. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Oh, she got a nurse now.
Who's this?
Oh,
I'm close friends with Ota, ma'am.
Is that right? Thank you for taking care of my boy.
Yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit.
You're the nurse from Central Hospital.
Well,
I remember you now.
Yes. Have we met?
That's right, not quite.
why are you here?
I came to deliver Mayumi's medication. The pharmacist sent me.
You seem pretty happy.
I belong to the Association of Nurse Actresses. I got a call from my director this morning. They're giving me more lines. I used to have a bit part during the opening scene, but now I have lines at the end too.
Oh, good
I'm
for
really
you.
happy about that.
That's wonderful, sweetie.
That's great. What's your name?
Hanayo Nasu. It will be Hanayo Yogano next month.
You're getting married?
Yes.
That is so
Congrats.
wonderful.
Thank you.
No, about the diner. Are you
It's
still
doing
fucked?
great, thanks to you. The lunch rush is always crazy. My husband and I are working hard. We never
Oh,
get
man.
any time to rest.
Brain dysfunction, yeah. Oof. Fortunately, even the most advanced medical technology cannot cure this shit. The medicine helps. Husband's still alive and the diner's still in business. Don't know if she remembers me. Look different. Did ask who I was after all, but even if I were in my old body, she still might have asked. She doesn't remember Iris. Is that because she's Ota's friend? About Iris.
I visited her in the hospital. Ota brought me.
Yeah, I remember.
I was so charmed by her.
No, stop. You're making me blush.
I had no idea she was such a nice girl.
You thought I was a witch or something before, right?
Don't remind me. I was so awful to you.
I'm glad you're
But
getting along now.
I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
About Ota.
Ota? That boy is a handful of trouble, I tell you.
Sure is.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's right. Ota can be really heroic and brave when the time calls for it.
Like that time he fucking died.
Oh, you're praising my boy. Maybe I should give you a meal on the house.
Time to leave.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, goodbye.
Thank you for helping my son. He needs friends like you.
All right. Moma, how you doing?
Date, let me tell you something. God exists.
Why is that,
When
Moma?
Tessa was in the hospital, I prayed to this shrine every day. And guess what? My prayers worked.
I'm glad you shrugged off that
must have
gunshot,
been
buddy.
listening.
Are you crying?
No, dumbass. I don't cry. I don't.
Yeah, you're crying.
Thank you, God. Thank you for saving Tessa. Anyway, what are you doing here?
Someone wanted to see you when she left the hospital.
Tessa, you didn't have to come see me.
I really wanted to see you.
Look at all these friends we made along the
Of
way.
course, I am here.
Wedding.
Wedding.
Dress.
Bless. Tessa.
Imaging.
Compress.
Compress.
Process. Tessa.
Crime.
Redress. Transgress. Tessa.
The net idol superstar.
Tessa.
A set, you bet.
Wow, that's really cool.
What did you do to these guys?
Just a little propaganda.
Oh, that's
Sun
great.
up to sundown, I made them watch your videos, Tessa. They got addicted.
Tessa. I'm sorry.
Hey, if you're a part of a criminal syndicate and you think my videos are cool, let me know. That'd be appreciated.
You bastard! What makes you think you're good enough to touch her hand?
It's fine. It's just a handshake.
I don't support your line of work, but I know how it is. I appreciate your patronage. Ran up to her with a look of awe, slowly shook her hand. Shut it out, enjoy.
What?
Fainted.
Too much excitement, I guess.
Wow. How's your injury, man?
Injury?
You got shot 3 months
Hey, you
ago.
got fucking shot, dude.
That was just a scratch. Didn't even hurt. I'm all good now.
So how's
Don't talk to me about that guy
Yeah.
anymore. I know he was a murderer, a real piece of shit. But we were brothers. I can't be mad at him no matter how much he deserves it. But I can't just forgive him either, you know?
If Momo was in
So I
Yakuza, what
figured,
tattoo would he
fuck
have on his back?
It's better to just forget
ASAP.
about it.
Anyway, sorry to bother you, Moba.
Date, wait! Before you go, I have one favor to ask.
Oh boy, here it comes.
This is hard for me to get out, but
Yeah, spare me. You want to see Iris's panties, right?
panties? I'd never ask for something like that.
Then what do you want?
Puff puff.
But motherfucker, get this dragon. Get this Dragon Quest shit out of here.
You know what I'm saying? Just shove my face in there. Just.
Are you kidding me? You know what? Fine, I'll ask.
Dante, you're a real friend.
All right, close your eyes.
Yeah. Like this?
Good, yeah. Stay still. Do not open your eyes, okay?
Promise.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes!
Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
I've never felt so alive.
This is good.
All these shitty years of my life.
This is good. I like this.
For this moment.
Boss.
Let's go.
Let's just leave.
I don't know what's going on, but okay.
Let's just leave.
This is amazing. I am living.
Wait, you didn't realize that Tessa's voice came from your right, dude? Didn't realize that?
Dante, honey, who is this?
Have I not introduced her before?
Oh, that's complicated.
I'm Iris Sagan. Nice to meet you. I'm a net idol from Lemniscape.
A virgin?
Hmm?
I'm just saying, sweetie. You look like you don't know a lot of men.
When she's right, she's right.
And what about you, Mama?
Me? I'm a fairy godmother, honey. Because I associate with fairies and am an older, motherly woman.
I mean, that'll do
Wait
it.
a minute. Who are you calling old?
You are.
Mama, what's hanging? How are you doing?
As you can see, I'm a little tight, honey.
How could I see that?
Damn.
You want to?
Hey. No, you don't, honey.
Do you even know what she's referring to?
Huh?
What are you doing that bonito?
It's not bonito.
Then what is it?
Really?
Part of the man who cheated on me. I chopped him up and dried and smoked the flesh.
I believe
You're
this.
joking, right?
Am I?
I believe it. So, about the past 3
Can't
months.
say much. The public thinks our Ren killed Shoko. And then number 89 busted out of jail and killed Ren. And then he goes and commits suicide by blowing up his own head.
Yeah, that was a weird way to kill myself.
That's what all the news reports
Very
have been saying.
extreme.
I know there's more to it than that, but
Yeah, he is dead as fucking piss. Head office would never admit that. At the time, the body was thought to be that of Detective Kaname Date. So they tweaked things a little bit and pinned everything on 89. And only Kaname Date somehow managed to survive. That's how they wrote it. That's not the truth. Mama, here's the truth.
spare me, honey. I don't want to hear it. If I hear the truth, I'm only gonna have more questions.
She's right. It's a wise lady.
There are a lot of things that don't quite add up. Date's face, for one thing. Looking exactly like number 89.
Yeah, that's weird, huh?
They say that your face got hurt real bad.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
explosion.
Ooh. Big
They had
explosion.
to
Very
put you under the knife
painful.
for plastic surgery to save you. Your face turned out like that by chance. That's what happened, right? Tell me it is. If it's anything more complicated than that, I will lose my mind.
See you, Mama.
We should head out.
Yeah.
Oh, leaving so soon?
Don't worry, I'll be back as long as you have information for me.
Oh, enough work.
You should come in sometime for pleasure, honey.
Sure, Mama. See you soon.
Bodyguard, how you doing?
You're So's bodyguard.
Hey guys, I'm really sorry. I know you don't like watching Pat eat or anything, but he has to eat. Like you've eaten like 2 pieces of eggs all day, so eat something. No, eat. Oh, yes, get off of me. Eat. Sorry, guys.
I had some eggs and a cookie.
Yeah, you had a cookie.
Thank you.
Yeah, whatever.
You would recognize this face.
Don't matter.
Ow, it's hot.
Talking about So? Quit that gig long time ago.
You quit?
Yeah. That guy fucking sucks. I punched him in the face and quit.
Lit. Good for you, bodyguard. That's great. Wait, we're going to the fucking warehouse? Who the fuck is here? It was pretty good.
Iris, why did you want to come here? Haven't you seen everyone you wanted to already?
Yeah! Thank you for today. It was a lot of fun.
Is the date finally over?
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. Not just for today, but for everything. 6 years ago, you helped me and my mom, and I'm so grateful for that. Will you close your eyes for me, Uncle?
You want me to close my eyes?
Yeah, please?
Wait. You want me to close my eyes? Do you?
Just do it, quick! I'm so nervous, I'm shaking.
Oh man. Oh no. No way. It's happening.
Tried to keep my cool.
All right.
Close my eyes. And?
Okay, open them!
What?
That's what Pewter was doing. Cry.
It's been a long time, Konami Date.
At a time like this, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say. You are, that is, who are you again?
You haven't changed. You're still an idiot.
So, why are you here?
To be exact, I am not here. You are seeing an augmented reality virtual
I know,
projection.
dumbass.
My physical self is...
In my left eye?
yes.
How did you get in there?
I see you have not become any more astute in my absence. Think carefully.
Everything that the boss did, she did for you.
I got tricked.
At Abyss, when I lost consciousness.
Yes. Pewter embedded me in your eye socket.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but I'm wearing an earpiece. I can hear Iba too.
Oh, cool.
I knew the whole time. Boss told me about the plan to restore Iba. I wanted it to be a surprise for you, so...
Is this my thank you?
Yeah, but it's not over yet.
You dumbass. You blew yourself
You
up.
idiot, I thought you died. I was worried about you.
Pardon, but you were the one who issued the self-destruct order.
I mean, that's true.
Anyway, I want to know something. The number 41205. There must be something to it.
It does not. It is only my favorite number.
Your favorite number?
Really?
I see.
What is it?
Iris, do not tell him.
Uncle, think of the alphabet. What's the fourth letter?
A, B, C, D. It's D.
It's
And
not
the first?
41205. It's
And the
4125.
And the fifth?
I see.
Aww. So what's going on? How are you here?
Allow me to explain. I, or everything that constitutes my I, disappeared completely 3 months ago. Including all of my backup data.
Right.
However, fragments of my data were being secretly uploaded to cloud servers around the world for years. By downloading and decoding these fragments, I was able to regenerate my memories and consciousness. It was the Wadjet system that brought me back to life. That system is responsible for proliferating my data. Wadjet is like a mother to me, and she protected me as her child.
Aw.
And I am forever grateful to my mother.
That's nice.
Never underestimate the power of Wadjet.
So anyway.
Iba. Welcome back.
Glad to be back. I'm home.
Well, now that Iba has risen from the dead, I think we should celebrate with a dance number!
A what?
Hit it!
Look. This is the ending. Oh my god. Is she gonna sing the fucking song again?
Teacups that are flying, on maps mystifying. You'll think that I'm lying. This old tale of mine, a journey through time. A permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre. Fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes, you've seen in your mind. While the old bow their heads, while the blind meet the blind, the marble loses shine. The eye clouds by design, but we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in light. A punch to the forehead.
Oh my God.
Red kick like a warhead. You're pinned on the floor spread. I'm queen of this brawl, and I'll show you all.
I don't wanna hide it, that's what I decided. I can't live divided, I know I was wrong. I love you more.
While they all lose their way and forget about faith.
While the rain turns to ice, their hearts lock like a vice.
But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth.
The fires of love can warm any heart. Resist, your dreams are worth defending. Fight on, knowing it's unbending. See through the void in your eye, unblinking. The pyramid of your mind unending. Revolt even with death impending. Live on, dream through space, rending. Walking with the spirit of hope beside you, and our hope shall never die. The fires of love will never die.
I'm who they say is the
effective.
Although without me, he's ineffective.
That's it, we're done. I'm walking out of here.
I'm home.
Welcome back.
While the old mother heads, while the blind lead the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the
Yay!
that if we believe we can make heroes.
I did it!
Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you.
Is that really all the voice actors? That's really great. That's really good. They did it. Hey, Boopus.
By the way, everyone, the reason you can see me right now is because I'm projecting
Oh my
myself with
goodness.
special
I'm
technology.
all warmed up over that.
Great.
Sweet. You must find your body. Oh, I'm sure you got it, honey. I love you. This is for Mama.
Sounds fun.
Hey, Set, you bet.
Yay! Thank you for playing. Your eyes have been opened. We did it, everyone. We did it. Dance has been unlocked in the title menu? Jesus. Wait, what? Really?
Teacups that are flying on maps mystifying. You'll think
Oh, the
that I'm
taxi
lying.
driver even. Jesus. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Get out of here. All right. Oh. We did it. We solved the mystery. Wait, why did I switch to a fucking different input? I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. Help. There we go. No. Whew, did it. Alright. We did it. Do we have time for 2's trailer? Let me look. Yeah, we got time. I got 5. So what's the name of the trailer for 2 that we want? Nirvana announcement trailer. Oh, gameplay trailer. It's the one that's a minute and 31 seconds. From June 30th of last year. Announcement trailer. Here we go. Okay, give me a sec. I will switch. Boop. Goodbye. Window capture browser. All right. Boop. Announcement trailer, right? That's the one. Because all the other ones would have spoilers in it. All right. Let's take a look. Oh my god! my god!
I wish I had some omelet rice.
It is almost time. Take this mission more seriously.
Oh, Mizuki's our new
You are
playable
not like that
character?
perverted buffoon.
Yeah, Mizuki Show!
Yeah.
Robo-Pipe!
yeah. I hear ya. Partner.
Well, we can solve any case as long as you have me.
Who are you talking to?
No one.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Alright. Whoop. Let's go ahead. Boop. Boop. And then big camera. Hello. Hello, everyone. Well, we'll be tackling the sequel to that next week. On Friday. All Mizuki Show all time. Zangief, how you doing? You look stupid. Holy shit. Alright, I'm going to thank Peepo and then I'm call it a night. By the way, come on by tomorrow, starting at noon Pacific or 3 o'clock Eastern. We're going to start Dragon's Dogma. It's time. It's time for Dragon's Dogma on stream. It's time. It's time. Review of this game is great. Good mystery. Excellent characters. Good music. Excellent use of a small budget. Smart writing. Good use of existing works inside the author's body of work to fool the audience. It's a good game. I will now thank Peepo. Thank you, Peepo. But also, Octavian Wolf subbed. Insert eyeball related pun here. I love that. Gabe Sweetman kicked in a sub. A new little smiley face. Thank you. Roe Dear Rudy sub. Nice to see a nice all day evening watching stream to kick off the weekend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, I am. Asher Kalim sub. Thank you. Kane Highwind sub. Pat, why are red mages afraid of heights? It's because they have vertigo. That doesn't actually make any sense. But hey, good for you. Chivalro kicked in $5. Horrible news for you. Because your name is Pat Stares At on here, you also fit in with the eye aspect of the game. It's true. Angriest Panda sub, thank you. Vehement V subbed. Hello, Pat. I have arrived for the eye Somnium Files finale, and Iba looks like an anime sperm cell girl. Yep. Yeah, that's about right. Very best plot sub to say 6 years ago. It's crazy. Nocturne Reverie sub. Thanks, Nocturne. Give Geef the biggest, smooshiest smooches for me. Hope you enjoy playing your videos game. I did, thank you. Yeah, Geef. I will give him many smooshes. P-Money Darth Swag kicked in $5. Thanks, Darth Swag Money. Just wanted to thank you all for the 14 knowledge you give me over the years. It helped me convince a bunch of players at Anime Boston that I play the game, even though I don't, LOL. Thanks to the content, and keep it up. That's pretty fucking funny. That's really good. I like that. Glenn Shirashi X subbed. Here's the 2 months. Been enjoying this game a ton. I'm happy to see you play it. Also looking forward to Somnium Files Nirvana. Yeah, me too. I did not know there was a sequel to this game when I started streaming it. That was such a great experience. Hey, are you gonna fucking, hey, you're doing cool. Is it because the sequel's coming out? I'm like, sequel? Perfect. Real Paul Rudd subbed. Here's a sub because I used Adblock on my shit for years. I think that's a fair trade. I appreciate that. Adblock is a necessity of modern life, and whitelisting certain channels sucks ass. So kicking $1 or $2 down the pipe is definitely appreciated. Thank you. Deed or Dragon sub, thank you. So Yakumo Yomi, this is attention to Bajoran workers. Oh shit, for real. We're all astonished at how violent that head explosion was, right? That was dramatically more violent than I was expecting. That was some real scanner shit. Aoko kicked in $5. Thank you. It took me until now to realize it's called Abyss, because when you gaze into the abyss gazes into you because of the brain swapping. You're super right. You're super right. You're super right. Super Monoman kicked in 500 bits. Aiba was clutch at the end there and is the best waifu. Her death is too sad. Mizuki is the best daughter anyone could ask for. Moma is a bro. His entrance is almost as hype as Mizuki's. I loved all the twists and turns. I'm super excited for the sequel. I am also very excited. Fidran subbed to say cry. It's dude. If I think I'm a big enough guy to admit that if you think somebody was gonna be unwell or die or something, and then you're like, hey, you're fine, the big old ugly cry is definitely the most appropriate reaction. Just with the snot, right? And the huffing. You know what I'm talking about. Super Monoman kicked in 500 bits. Disregard my previous message. Aiba is back. Awesome. Silver Jakler kicked in $5. Thanks, Jakler. Yo, Pat, the VA of Pewter Sean Chiplock is streaming I as well, like right now. His username is Sonic Mega, if you'd like to rate him after you're done. Alright, yeah, Sonic Mega. And D Dragon and Mel Brooks Ska kicked in 5 subs each. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Let's go raid Pewter's channel. How much did I get right? Nothing. I thought the whole thing when they were talking about his dosage, I thought that the whole timeline thing was going to be the fact that he's in a sync chair one route back, and they're trying to piece together memories to solve the case through different permutations, like he's in the cell with Jennifer Lopez. That's what I thought. But that was long ago. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's raid Sonic Mega. Say hi to Pewter for me. Alright, I'm out of here. Bye. Come back tomorrow for Dragon's Dogma. Okay, bye.